You're not dreaming. You're here in the vast and technologically advanced OSI 74 studios, where my co-host Miss Mittens and I, your host Mr. Lobo, are getting ready to host a brand new season of cinema, Insomnia. But this time, we want to get you insomniacs involved. Please come join us at our Patreon page, patreon.com/cinema-insomnia, where you'll find Mr. Lobo is making your new TV shows, and we're involving you in the process. Even at the dollar level, you will have access to exclusives that other insomniacs aren't. You'll have access to Mr. Lobo that few insomniacs get to enjoy. There'll be other perks at other tiers too. You'll be able to get props from the show, potentially. You'll be able to get your name in the credits, perhaps. Maybe you could bend steel bars with your bare hands, levitate cars, fly. I mean, think of it. Anything is possible if you come, be a part, and join our inner sweet, double-stuffed, deep, salty, caramel, double-dipped, gooey center supercore. And Mr. Lobo's getting hungry all of a sudden, but look, you hit the subscribe bar, Mr. Lobo's going to hit the snack bar, and we'll see you later for a brand new season of Cinema and Sound.
You are under my power. Look into the hypnotic eye.
You're not dreaming. You're watching cinema, Insomnia.
We are the survivors of a disintegrated solar system.
Tell this to everybody wherever they are. Watch the sky. Everywhere. Keep looking. Keep watching the sky.
Flying saucers have invaded our planet.
Please assume the position to repeat after Mr. Lobo.
You see? Your stupid mind. Stupid. You're not dreaming. You're watching cinema, Insomnia.
Oh, pardon me, insomniacs. This is Mr. Lobo doing a little spring cleaning, getting my beautiful portrait of the Savior ready for the big holiday tomorrow. This is, of course, a portrait of Andy Gibb. I think it was 40 years ago tomorrow that disco died. So we always like to get the portrait of Andy Gibb ready whenever we're getting our other decorations prepared for the Easter holiday. I've got a couple little bunny rabbits here, and I don't know why you're wearing a mask, Miss Mittens. You didn't do a lick of cleaning all day long. So let me just get out of this so that we can do a proper show here. Thank you for coming to our watch party. You're not dreaming. You're here, or actually you're there, and I'm here. And whether you're celebrating Easter tomorrow, or like Miss Mittens, celebrating Passover, that's right, the Easter Bunny's just going to be passing you over and bringing all those treats to Mr. Lobo. I know you hate that joke, but you know, that candy isn't so great anyway. Actually, I feel like that Easter has like the cheapest, worst candy of any holiday. It's always like way too sweet, way too fake, too just waxy and just gooey marshmallow snot on everything. It's just, I I don't know if it's just like you spent all your money on nice clothes and then you don't have anything left over for decent candy or what. But it's always the peeps or the cheeps or the whatever they're called, where they're just like these marshmallow animals that just have there's no real flavor to them other than sugar, and they're just gooey marshmallow guck. And then some people like them stale, which that's also baffling to me, where it's like, oh, no, you enjoy, I'll wait later until they're completely stale, and that's how I like them. And then there's the chocolate bunnies. And you see a chocolate bunny, you're like, oh yeah, look, a whole bunny made out of chocolate. And then you bite into it, and it's hollow, And you think that, okay, all right, it's hollow, but at least it's chocolate. But it's not chocolate. It's like last year's Halloween dollar store chocolate mixed with candle wax somehow. And they've got the candy eyeballs on the bunny, and the candy eyeball isn't even edible. It's just a cruel taunt of a candy eyeball. So, chocolate, and then if they are solid, you just smash your teeth out on it, So it's just, hollow ones are bad, the solid ones are bad. But I think the all-time worst, now I know I'm going to get a lot of letters, but the all-time worst, cheapest, grossest Easter candy is the Cadbury cream egg. The Cadbury cream egg is, it looks like it's going to be real high class, right? It's all in this shiny foil, and you unwrap it, and then you see that design on it, and you feel like you're going to get some quality chocolate, and there's going to be some kind of like very delicate filling inside, and you bite into it, and it's this like that awful sugary splooge that's inside of it, and like my whole body just like wants to just regurgitate it back into the little shell that it comes into. I think for Mr. Lobo, the opportunity cost of a Cadbury cream egg is about 1/2 of a cream egg per year. And these days, I think it's like 1/2 per 2 years. Anything more than that, it's like, it's just, I can't do it. So I don't know. My sensibilities are a little delicate, I guess. I like Halloween candy. It's just my thing. But whether you celebrate Easter tomorrow with that horrible candy, or whether you celebrate Passover or observe Passover, sorry, Miss Mittens, or if you somehow, I don't know, if you're a Satanist, that's fine. If you're in a cult, that's okay. If you got to get up early tomorrow and slay a goat, that's horrible. I don't know. I like goats, so I think that's kind of a terrible thing to do. But, if that's your thing, we embrace it. So just don't blame us if you're tired tomorrow, because we've got a lot of movie watching tonight. And if you're like falling asleep and your 6-hour Easter Mass, and Mr. Jesus gets mad at you, don't come out and say, look, Mr. Jesus, it was all Mr. Lobo's fault. That's why I fell asleep in the church. Don't call me out like that, okay? We won't do these watch parties anymore if you're going to take that, okay? If you're going to just throw Mr. Lobo under the bus like that. So please, please, please don't do that. We got 2 movies for you for the holiday weekend. We have well, it's not really Easter. Both of these are kind of non-denominational movies. So if you don't celebrate Easter, I think you can enjoy these just as much as anyone else. But these are 2 fan favorites. One of them is Day of the Triffids. I didn't realize it plays that every single time I say the title. That movie was one that we've actually wrapped 3 times. We did a version of it live on KTEH. Then we did another version of it that was more produced, because I always loved that episode, but I always thought it would be nice to have a studio version that we could control and do all the jokes that we weren't able to do in the live version. And the hard drive crashed in the middle of making that episode. And it's really funny because you can always tell listeners of our podcast because, we'd stopped recording the podcast in the middle of trying to recover all of those episodes that we lost on the hard drive. And so people will come up and go, oh my gosh, it's so terrible that you lost that episode. Well, we didn't recover that episode. We actually took the money that we raised to reshoot all of the episodes that we lost. So we got to do day of the Triffids several times, and the third time I think we really got it. So if you think you've seen this before, please watch it again tonight, because if you've only seen the KTEH version, you haven't seen it at all. You should watch it tonight, and watch it tonight with your fellow insomniacs if you have seen it before. But it is one of Mr. Lobo's favorite episodes. And speaking of the podcast, Sunday night, Easter Sunday, or going into Monday morning, is the return of Mr. Lobo's Sleepless Nights podcast with Paul Sanders of Bestow TV. Paul and I hosted 30 podcasts together, 30 of them. And, things happened, priorities changed, and we hadn't recorded one in a long time. And I won't get into all of that because we just don't have time for that now. But if you want to hear the whole story, you can either join us on Patreon and listen to it right now, because we released it early for our patrons. Patreon.com/cinema-insomnia. Or you could wait till tomorrow night, and it will be released to the world sometime Sunday, late Monday morning. So look for that. But in the meantime, we've got 2 movies to get through tonight. The second movie is a favorite of super insomniac Kim Wales. It is her second favorite episode next to our Killers from Space episode. Yes, that one that we did, obviously. So we're going to be showing Kim's favorite episode, and that episode is, and there's no interruption with music with this title, In Search of Ancient Astronauts. Now, In Search of Ancient Astronauts was a fun episode to do. It was probably the first documentary that we did, if I'm not mistaken. And I remember thinking, are we really going to try and do this, Ken? Ken was the director at the time. It's like, Rod Serling of The Twilight Zone is already the narrator of this, and then I'm going to be wrapping around his wraparounds. I mean, this person who can do what I do a million times better. It didn't seem like it was going to work, but somehow it did, and it ended up being a really great episode. We got to poke fun at mysteries and documentaries and UFOs, and we had a lot of fun. And I think we picked it for tonight because Mr. Lobo makes an Easter Island joke. I think the staff is agreeing with me on that. I think there's an Easter Island joke, which is both simultaneously very Easter and very pagan or something, or non-Easter-ish, all at the same time. So we've got 2 movies, 5 hours. You're going to be tired tomorrow. I hope it doesn't ruin your holiday. I hope it doesn't ruin your Sunday. Just don't blame us. All right? So these movies won't dare you to stay awake, but it's going to be a long night. So let's assume the position and repeat after Mr. Lobo. I, as an initiated member of the Sleepless Nights of Insomnia, do solemnly swear to watch the movie, the whole movie, and nothing but the movie, So help me, Mr. Lobo. You may stand down. Ah, it hurts more every time. And now, why don't we jump right into the creamy center of our Cadbury cream egg, the first gooey, this would be the white goo of the Cadbury cream egg. The yellow goo will be our other feature tonight. And before we do that, make sure you've got your bunnies. Get all cuddly with your bunny rabbits, okay? Perhaps you might even want to put on your rabbit ears. And get ready for the first feature of the evening in tonight's double feature. The day of the Triffids. Ever since the whole breakdown of civilization thing, we forgot about self-respect, personal responsibility, common courtesy, age appropriateness, cultural awareness, political correctness, and most importantly, corporate interests. We'd hidden under the leather gimp hood of free speech to exploit everyone and everything, including ourselves. Insipid filth is being narrowcast in tiny slivers as our national culture suffers. Everyone is famous for 15 minutes, and writers, actors, and important TV hosts who should be fat from royalties are selling off their Star Wars collectibles to make ends meet and reusing coffee filters. Now, we try to run a pretty clean show here, but the producers of this program believe that self-censorship is the answer. That's why Cinema Insomnia is proud to be imposing a self-censor. Introduce yourself to the fine folks, Miss
Gail Withers Johnson. My department will be looking closely at all the material on Cinema Insomnia to make sure its content is 100% cleared for distribution on all media. Big Brother isn't here to watch us, so we're going to lead the way and censor everything in-house. Why walk on eggshells in blind fear when we can be leading the way with eyes open?
Double plus good, Miss Withers.
Withers Johnson.
Right. So hopefully by muzzling ourselves, we will avoid lawsuits, please sponsors, appeal to all age groups, all sexes, including the gender-confused and conscientious objectors, and all economic classes. Gail is going to inspect Mr. Lobo's cue cards to make sure we avoid all brand names, catchphrases, unpopular or unhealthy points of view, copyrighted material, and inappropriate jokes. Thank you. Cinema Insomnia if you don't mind, would you allow me, Miss Withers Johnson, to ad-lib the rest of this? You're f***ing fired! I am Mr. Lobo, okay? I cannot work like this. You can't squash my material. Are you serious? Get the hell out of here! You miserable.
You are under my power. Look into the hypnotic eye.
You're not dreaming. You're watching Cinema Insomnia.
Survivors of a disintegrated solar system.
Tell this to everybody wherever they are. Watch the sky. Everywhere. Keep looking. Keep watching the sky.
Flying saucers have invaded our planet.
Please assume the position to repeat after Mr. Lobo.
You see? Your stupid mind. Stupid.
Tonight's feature is presented in The Miracle of Plant-O-Vision and Slumber Party Pajama-Rama. So, pop your corn, pop open some sodas, or soda open some pops, and plant yourself in front of the TV where you belong. I'm your horror host, Mr. Lobo. Every Saturday night, except when we've got something better to do, we bring you the best of the worst in horror, sci-fi, and cult movies. Actually, we like to say they're not bad movies, just misunderstood. Tonight is my co-host, Miss Mitten's birthday. So Mr. Lobo let her invite a few of her gal pals over for a slumber party. And we're going to put on our night clothes and have pillow fights and make friendship bracelets and get all prettied up and sing camp songs and play Twister and bust out the Ouija board and read teen magazines under the covers with a flashlight and watch Miss Mitten's favorite carnivorous plant-themed horror movie, Steel Magnolias? Look, Miss Mittens, I don't even think that's a horror movie. What about Little Shop of Horrors? We did not do that one. No, we didn't. Did we? Wait, you're thinking a Bucket of Blood. Yes. All right. It is your birthday. I guess it's better than Fern Gully last year. That's right, last year was fried green tomatoes. Okay, whatever. Fine. Okay then. You heard the birthday girl. It's time to get out your tissues and other feminine products and get ready for Sally Field, Dolly Parton, Daryl Hannah, Shirley MacLaine, Julia Roberts, and Olympia Dukakis, starring in that tear-jerking classic, Steel Magnolias. Oh, look! Oh, someone just handed Mr. Lobo this note here. What could it say here? Oh, this is unfortunate. I guess our Patreon pledge totals just weren't high enough to bring you that heartwarming chick flick. So instead, Mr. Lobo is going to roll out Miss Mitten's other favorite carnivorous plant-themed sleepover movie based on the all-time greatest sci-fi novel of all time, written by one of the biggest names in sci-fi literature, John Wyndham Parks Lucas Benyon Harris. Well, one of the longest anyway. Cinema Insomnia proudly presents Howard Keel and Jeanette Scott and Kieran Moore in Reel 1, tonight's feature, presented in Slumber Party Pajama-Rama. The day of the Triffids.
In nature's scheme of things, there are certain plants which are carnivorous, or eating plants. The Venus flytrap is one of the best known of these plants. A fly, drawn to the plant by a sweet syrup, brushes against trigger bristles. Just how these plants digest their prey has yet to be explained. There is much still to learn about these fascinating eating plants. This is a newcomer, Triffids celestis, brought to Earth on the meteorites during the Day of the Triffids.
All reports confirm that the world is witnessing an unprecedented shower of meteorites. There is no record of a display such as this in recorded history. At observatories, astronomers are noting this fantastic phenomenon and are carefully calculating the effect on our solar system. The consensus of opinion is that the meteorites burn up from the intense heat before they reach the Earth.
The show of meteorites continues unabated. This is a thrilling, once-in-a-lifetime spectacle that simply must be seen.
Once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. Free tickets. Take any seat in the house. Here I am.
Here's Dr. Soames to see you, Mr. Mason.
Look, Doctor, why can't I take a look at what's going on outside? You're going to take the bandages off in the morning anyway.
I'm afraid not, Mr. Mason. After an eye operation such as yours, it's best to wait the full 10 days. 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, Nurse Jefferson.
Yes, Doctor. 8 o'clock.
Well, have a good night, Mr. Mason.
Thank you. See you in the morning, I hope.
I hope so.
I'll have that cigarette. Open your mouth, please. Now, this should give you a good night's rest. Lie back, Mr. Mason. I'm going to put your bed down.
Miss Jameson, are you really as pretty as they say you are?
By tomorrow morning, you'll be able to answer that question for yourself.
Tomorrow morning. Do you really think I'll be able to see?
By tomorrow night, you'll be in Southampton, on board your ship, and ready for duty.
Aye, aye, ma'am.
Good night.
Good night.
We interrupt our program to remind you that the spectacular display of meteorites is still turning the night sky into a blazing display of fireworks. All over the world at this moment, astonished...
Look, I can't leave this specimen at the moment. Why don't you go up the tower and have a look? It sounds very spectacular.
Sure it is. Some tobacco company probably found a new way to light up the sky to sell more cigarettes. Where did you hide it this time?
It's in the cupboard. It's always in the same cupboard. I was hoping we could get back to dissecting that stingray this evening.
Here we go again. The subject is Tom Goodwin, brilliant marine biologist. I'm bored with stingrays. I really don't care why a stingray stings.
What do you care about, Tom?
You really want me to tell you?
You know, sooner or later you're going to have to face the fact. Day and night. Drunk or sober. In a lecture room or a lab or a deserted lighthouse off the coast of Cornwall.
The hell with it. Meteors and all, who cares?
I care what happens to us.
Karen, you're a nice girl. Heaven knows how you talked yourself into marrying me.
All right. What do you want us to do?
I don't know what you want to do, but... Well, I want to get away from this island. Look, all this pretense of doing important experiments.
It was your idea, remember? 6 months away from the university, a time to do field work.
Oh, let's clear out of here! Look, let me go back where I can buy a bottle of scotch whenever I feel like it, not wait for a rotten boat to bring me a single bottle every 7 days.
What about the equipment?
Leave it.
What about the fish?
Don't throw them back in the sea!
Fine. We'll leave the island tomorrow. The boat's due in the morning.
The dysfunctional couple in the lighthouse, Jeanette Scott and Kieran Moore, were still stuck together 3 years later as two doctors in another end-of-the-planet thriller called Crack in the World, proving that nothing fosters codependency like Armageddon. What? What have you got there? Is that alcohol I smell? It's apple juice, fag. Who talks like that? That's it. Daddy is locking up the liquor cabinet. You remember the fiasco when we showed Horror Party Beach? You turned into a monster, literally. You were toe down, Edward D. Wood Jr. drunk, and it was embarrassing. What do you mean you don't care? My mentor, Bob Wilkins, was watching. You know, you're too tender in years to remember, but we here at Cinema Insomnia are upholding a fine tradition of horror hosts on television. When I was a youngster, I'd have slumber parties too. By myself. But Bob was always there. On the TV, hosting creature features. And he'd say things like, we'll be right back after this commercial break.
Still funny. We'll be right back.
There's an epidemic affecting thousands of young Canadians, a condition scientists are calling the munchies. I'm World Wrestling Federation superstar Chris Jericho, and I've joined forces with Taco Bell to fight this hunger. You can join our tag team. By making a donation of only $3.99, you'll receive 3 Taco Supremes and a drink. Act now, and together we can help young people like Todd pummel the munchies. Why not buy this official WWF poster only at Taco Bell?
Howdy folks, Ormond Grimsby here of the hit show Monster Creature Feature. The dinosaurs have the capability of mental telepathy. All living creatures talk with telepathy. Your cats, your dogs, all of them.
So what brings you out to the art exhibit today?
One of the coolest things that I learned was that the Tillamook lighthouse killed a lot of people and that they later turned it into a crematorium.
The world's first MMA fight between 2 quadriplegics, and we are going out with a bang as a fundraiser to help me achieve my dream of climbing Mount Adams.
And what planet do you come from?
Zorax, actually.
Pacific North, weird!
Missile with an atomic warhead could crack the Earth's impenetrable inner core. Would it mean the end of the world or the beginning of a new life for all mankind?
I'll keep recording everything that happens as long as I can.
Sorensen, the whole project is going.
It's happening. Oh no. Oh jeepers. Oh dear. Mr. Lobo's gone blind. We spent all that money on closed captioning. What? Oh. That's better. Mr. Lobo hopes that you at home are keeping your eyes open. Tonight's feature truly dares you to stay awake. I'm going to have to ask you all now, as I have in the past, to take the Insomniacs oath. Please assume the position and repeat after Mr. Lobo. I, as initiated member, the sleepless nights of insomnia, do solemnly swear to watch the movie, the whole movie, and nothing but the movie. So help me, Mr. Lobo. Let me stand down. Can't even do it anymore. And now, Bill Mason puts on his pajamas and sleeping masks for Miss Mitten's slumber party. In tonight's feature, the day of the Triffids.
We are awaiting word from the Australian observatory, but in all likelihood the reports will confirm that we are witnessing a most beautiful display of meteorites exploding. The BBC will be on the air all night tonight to keep you well posted on this truly historic and marvelous display of nature at its best.
Eight, 9, 9. Miss Jameson. Hello? 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 Miss Jameson? Dr. Soames? Miss Jameson! Can anybody hear me? Dr. Soames.
Bill Mason.
I'm sorry. I just couldn't wait to get those bandages off.
You can see, Mason?
Yes. But I can't believe what I see. What's happened?
Would you please take me to my office? Now try the other eye. You certain the beam's on the pupil?
Yes, sir.
All right. That's enough. Is the blind drawn in here?
Yes, sir.
Would you be kind enough to pull it up?
What is it, Dr. Soames? What's happened?
The optic nerves are gone. The glare of the meteorites last night. You were probably one of the few people left in London who can still see this morning, Mason. I don't envy you. I don't think I'd care to see the things that you're likely to see. In the outer office in my desk, you'll find a black leather kit. Would you be good enough to get it for me?
Of course. No, it's not there. Ah, here it is.
Dr. Soames had to get some fresh air. I wonder what was in that black leatherette case. A letter. Dear Mr. Lobo, by the time you read this, I will be plant food. I leave this earth with one regret. I never knew why your show was constantly interrupted by so many commercial breaks. Now, that's not true. We weren't interrupted that often.
Out in 5.
Really, Aaron? You picked a bad time, okay? It's like you're doing it on purpose. Cinema Insomnia. We'll be right back.
The basketball team is planning a party. All the girls are coming, except Mary and Linda. But be on the lookout for an uninvited guest.
Please, please.
Some people may have to leave early, but others will hang around and hang around.
Courtney, you're underage. Negative. Come on, let's go.
But for those who stay, there'll be plenty of surprises and non-stop action. One thing's for sure, no one's getting any sleep the night of the Slumber Party Massacre. Close your eyes for a second and sleep forever.
You're watching OSI 74.
Hey guys, it's Buddha Gonzalez.
And this is Domino.
And we're here to talk to you about our show, Bizarre Transmissions from the Bermuda Triangle.
Breaking new gate.
You see, our show features wild and one-of-a-kind music videos of all genres.
And Buddha, don't forget, we also have artist spotlight, special guests, and demented humor.
That's right, it's all part of OSI 74's Secret Sundays.
You won't believe your eyes.
B movies. On your computer and on the TV.
Somebody needs parental guidance.
Nobody call for help. Y'all don't be scared. Turn into midnight frights.
Hello, darlings. Bunny Galore here. I starred in my very own soap opera called Pantry Manor. I play a lady called Joyce Slaughter, the wife of millionaire Todd Slaughter. However, she does have a few enemies, including her arch rival, Alma Cutt. There's also Jassy, the gypsy who has second sight, and the lovable handyman, Nobby. Pantry Manor.
You're watching OSI 74. Only the weak cry.
Aren't you supposed to be sleeping? At slumber parties, we want to hear Snap, Crackle, and the Pop. That's Pop. Ready when you are. Snap, Crackle, Pop coming to your ears. Perfect.
Kellogg's Rice Krispies, the talking part of this complete breakfast.
Snap, Crackle, Pop, Rice Krispies. Hey, you guys, aren't these neat? Wow. Great design. How'd you do them? With Kooky Doodles.
One's free inside Rice Krispies.
It's pretty. It's kooky. It's free in Rice Krispies.
The spectators of the great meteorite shower in tonight's film learned the hard way what happens when you try to enjoy free entertainment. Optical nerve damage and mass chaos. If they were watching member-supported OSI 74, they wouldn't be selling pencils in hell right now. On the contrary, they'd have a lovely embossed mug, an embroidered tote bag, the best of Jack Horkheimer, Star Hustler on VHS. There's a knock at the door. Miss Mittens, that must be your slumber party guests. Excuse me, won't you? Oh, look at you darlings. Caitlin, Mercedes, Venus, thanks for dropping by. And thanks for dropping them off, folks. See you later. All right, now you guys get comfortable on the couch, all right? Make yourselves at home. You like popcorn? Good, good. All right, well, while you girls catch up, Mr. Lobo is going to put on reel 3 of tonight's Cinema Insomnia Pajama-Rama feature about the other greenhouse effect. The day of the Triffids.
No sign of the boat?
No sign of anything. Should have been here hours ago.
There's nothing on the radio either. I've been trying all morning. I suppose you're losing valuable drinking time. I'm sorry.
Look out. Repeat. The entire population of England appears to be afflicted with blindness as a result of watching the meteorite shower last night. This is the Royal Dockyard at Devonport. A number of naval personnel have escaped blindness. We are trying to set up a rescue center. All those who are still able to see are urged to make their way to the dockyard. Urgent warning. All of England appears to be infested with a strange new plant that can inflict a fatal sting. It is also rumored that this plant can uproot itself and move about. If you are blind, stay indoors. If you can see, keep a constant lookout. We will return to the air with further bulletins. Stay tuned to this wavelength.
Blindness. Men-killing plants. I'm not drunk, am I?
Wish you were.
And how do we get off this island?
Where would we go?
We are still trying to reach the police. Please remain calm. Do not move about. The only danger is that you will injure yourselves or accidentally start fires. Do not smoke. Do not light matches. Stay clear of all electrical equipment. We are doing everything possible to get help.
Are any trains running?
I don't know. Suddenly it went dark and I can't see. Can you help me, sir? Please, can you help me? Beg pardon, sir. You help me up.
Excuse me, sir. I couldn't help overhearing.
If you could just tell me to a taxi.
If you could just make a telephone call for me to my
I'd
wife.
be happy to pay. Please help yourself to my purse.
I'm sorry. There are no taxis. And the phones don't work.
Out of my way. Go away, I tell you. Go away.
Drop that child.
Seat. Your seat.
Were you in that train all by yourself?
I was in the luggage van.
What are you doing in there?
I ran away from that stupid boarding school.
Or your parents?
I haven't any. I'm part of an estate. The bank in London takes care of me.
Well, the banks are closed.
Why is he barking?
I don't know. Come on, we find out. That's nothing. Come on. Stay here. Come on, let's go down to my ship.
Greetings. In the dark pizza? Yes, I'd like to order a large pizza, please. Oh, my number's 317 for Lobo TV. Yes, this is OSI Studios. You got the show turned on right now at the pizza place? Right now? Really? Hey, everybody. Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. The old stuck car routine is pretty tiresome. I guess the streets in London are paved with your extra crispy crust, right? You know, the slumber party is going well. Thanks for asking. But the girls are getting hangry. We'll just take an extra large pepperoni and... hold on, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Make that half cheese, half pepperoni. Caitlin's on a special diet. Oh, sorry. Wait. Venus? What's wrong with pepperoni? Come on. All right, I'll ask. You know, Venus here likes red meat. Could you put raw hamburger on 1/4 of that pizza? Right. Half pepperoni, 1/4 cheese, and 1/4 raw hamburger. Oh, and flies. If you have them. Sorry, wait, hold on. Mercedes, what is it now? Okay, you won't eat the pizza if it's got flies on it? All right, I'll make sure there's no flies touching your piece, all right? Okay. Anyway, now what do you want? Canadian bacon and pineapple. Look, haven't we put this poor guy through enough? I mean, now I got to fit like 5/16 Canadian bacon and pineapple. Look, you guys work out the math, and then you call him back and order your own darn franken-pizza. While the old Spice Guy and Little Orphan Anglo from tonight's feature are spinning their wheels, just like we're spinning ours, why don't we take another break?
Around the world, the call is heard.
Feed me. Feed me. After the game, he said, feed me.
The hungry need to be fed.
Feed me.
We're too late.
42nd and feed me. Feed me.
So get them the new Full House Extra Large Pizza from Pizza Hut.
Now you're talking.
30% bigger than our large for a very tiny $9.99. That's 30% more satisfying Pizza Hut pizza.
I'm fed. I'm fed. I'm fed.
The new Full House XL Pizza. It feeds them till they're full.
Mercury is on OSI 74.
There's my move. Bet you didn't expect that.
Hey gang, Chaz from OSI 74, and let me tell you, this new shirt will fit you to a T. It's a shirt, it's a tunic, it's like a super absorbent bar rag. The OSI 74 shirt holds practically 1,000,000 times its own weight in soup. It even makes the soup look good. Made in Nicaragua. Nothing bad ever came from Nicaragua. Wine, coffee, cola, hobo piss, weasel blood, junkie hoe vomit. Where'd the carpet go? Too fast for you, camera guy? What did I teach you? OSI 74 tees will fit you to a T.
OSI tees are for me.
I'm from Nicaragua. Making these shirts helps me put food on my family's table. One day, I hope to have enough monies to buy one.
Visit our shop at osi74.com or call the number on your screen. Made in Nicaragua. Beware of imitators. This is a limited time offer. Go to osi74.com.
You're watching OSI 74.
Did you ever wonder what it would be like to be one of the last people on Earth?
We're talking ghost town!
Who would you see?
There's nobody. There's nobody.
What would you do?
Hey, I'm sorry if the end of the world makes me a little nervous.
Where would you go?
The stars are up and...
Well, get ready to find out, because the comet is coming into your orbit.
The legal drinking age is now 10, but you will need ID. Let's be real.
It's the night of the comet.
What do you give me if I come back?
Texas?
Night of the comet.
I'll be taking requests from all you teenage comet zombies.
The night the teenagers ruled the world.
Yeah!
Night of the comet.
The burden of civilization is on us.
Fiction, isn't it?
Oh, what are you doing? Are you girls acting blind? Aren't you paying attention to the social issues addressed in tonight's movie? Now, Mr. Lobo's 1/4 blind, so I can say this. I know all about the blindies. That's right. I said the B word. And some people who can see are blind, if you know what I'm saying. It's okay to invite 1 or 2 of them to your block party. But you get more than 5 of them in one place, and the next thing you know, they're blasting their music. Their music! And they're wearing their sunglasses like they're so cool. Looting the cane stores, setting fires like they do, crashing trains into thick walls of air. Blindy McBlinderson, read Mr. Lobo's lips. Grow a pair of eyeballs or get out of London. And remember, it's a choice. It's a knock at the door. You know what that means. Pizza guy's here. Oh, Mommy, here's your pizza. Jackass. He didn't sound blind on the phone. And now back to England's answer to blind fury. The day of the Triffids.
Wait here. Let's see if we can find some rocks. Come on.
Susan! Susan!
C'est un catastrophe. Tous les services sont terminés. Nous continuerons notre...
I wish I could understand French.
I can.
C'est un appel de...
What's he saying?
C'est un catastrophe. Tous les services sont terminés.
All services stopped.
Aussi long que possible.
Will continue sending as long as he can.
C'est un catastrophe. Tous les services sont terminés.
That's a big help.
Approximately 400 miles east of New York. All officers, crew, and passengers suddenly stricken blind. If you read me, come in, please. SS Midland calling. Mayday, Mayday. If you read me, come in, please. SS Midland calling. Mayday.
Is the captain here?
Yes, what is it?
The passengers have started to panic, sir.
Can't you contact the doctor?
No, sir.
This is the captain speaking. Attention all passengers. There is no one on board who can help you. We're radioing for a rescue vessel. The only immediate danger is that you may injure yourselves by moving around. Everyone, stay where you are. And if there is anyone who can see, even a child, please come up on the bridge.
Radio Tokyo desu. こちらはラジオ東京です。ただ町ジャッカジです。皆様はこちらが立ち上げます。助けろしと待ちます。もしもしこちらはパリ町は火事です。Paris, ici Paris. Tous les gouvernements sont priés à envoyer immédiatement leurs représentants au palais
It's
du
Paris.
pour discuter
He says they're calling a meeting.
Tous les gouvernements sont
A
priés à
disaster
envoyer
meeting.
immédiatement
At
leurs
the
représentants au
Palais
palais du Chaillot
du Chaillot.
pour discuter le désastre. Ici Paris. Ici Paris. Aussi long
Must
que
be
possible.
others who can see. We could just make contact.
Flight 356 from Cape Town calling. Request tower standby for emergency landing. Please talk us down. Please talk us down. Tower, can you read me? Tower, can you read me? Mayday, Mayday. Tower, please come in. Please talk us down. Please talk us down. There's still no reply, sir.
Keep trying.
Flight 356 from Cape
Fuel's
Town.
just about gone, sir. How much longer? Any moment now, sir.
For emergency landing. Mayday, Mayday. Tower, please come in.
Tom, there's one of those plants growing out there.
Where?
It's on the ledge by the cove. How about this? I'm coming with you.
Keep behind me. There's no sense in getting killed by a plant.
I thought you didn't care what happened to you anymore.
I don't. But I picked a much pleasanter way to die.
here. I know it was here.
Come on, let's get back inside.
With the sleep mask on, I can't even see the piñata. How am I supposed to fight? Any of you girls want to take a crack at this? What do you mean too ethnic? It's full of goodies.
Out in 5.
Really, Aaron? You're starting to hurt my feelings. Cinema Insomnia. We'll be right back. My eyes can deceive me. Don't trust them.
Now, it's here. The excitement, the adventure of a new force at breakfast.
We'll call them C-3POs.
New C-3PO cereal from Kellogg's. Twin rings, phase together. For 2 crunches in every 00. A delicious part of this nutritious breakfast. Now you can experience the taste of Kellogg's C-3POs. A crunchy new force at breakfast.
May the force be with you.
The Custom Monsters are back. Mummy Daddy-O and his pals return with more happening hipster hijinks. With kicking cartoons, cutting-edge tunes, and the cream of custom culture. Saturday mornings on OSI.
It's Ratbusters TV.
Well, hello there.
We're going to show short films, music videos, sketches. It's going to be the bomb. Yeah, I said the bomb. Nowhere else. Right here. Don't even look. Hey, you don't want to watch our show? That's why no one asked you to prom. Oh, hell to the no. And the best thing about Ratbusters TV is it's free, so you get what you pay for. Oh, hold on. No, never mind that. Only here on OSI 74.
We're crying out loud.
So, all right, what are our goals? What do we want to do? We have a whole channel. We have the fans out there who are waiting to see what we're going to do next. What do we want to do?
More stuff.
Nick Parker is quick as a snake. Strong as a bow. Not to mention, blind as a bat.
Nice doggy.
What's your problem? You blind?
Yeah.
Holy sh**. He came for a friendly visit.
Step aside, blind man.
But his timing was a little off. Now, a young boy wants his guidance.
Did you ever cry?
The strong man is never afraid to cry. They've got him, don't they? Where's my son?
He's here. He's fine.
And the boy's father needs his help.
Now, if you want to keep him that way...
Unreasonable men make life so difficult. Shoot!
The blind Zorro. If you can't handle it, get me somebody that can. Get me Bruce Lee.
Bruce Lee is dead.
Then get his brother.
Rutger Hauer. I also do circumcision. Blind Fury.
What slumber party would be complete without a bit of the old bubbly? Of course, Mr. Lobo's talking about Sody Pop. Sody Pop. And we've got these fun, crazy straws for everyone, huh? Who wants ice? 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 Baby? All right. Be right back. All right. All right. Very funny. Which one of you girls did this? Huh? Who put Mr. Lobo's underwear in the freezer? We're going to have a talk about this later. In the next reel, Bill sees London, Bill sees France. Stop laughing!
It's all right.
Ici Paris. Bulletin in English. Because of worldwide disruption, it is impossible for delegates to gather. Paris itself, with its millions of helpless inhabitants, has become dangerous. This will be our last broadcast. There is no one here who can see. There is no one left.
There's nothing, Bill. We're lost, aren't we, Bill?
Let me see that map again.
Bill, look.
Thank goodness, Mr. Cocker. But you are not Mr. Cocker.
You can see.
You do.
Well, do you live near here?
5 kilometers.
Well, show us the way.
Mr. Durant, thank heavens.
Mr. Cocker, this is Mr. Mason and Susan.
Hello.
Oh, you found some more? Miss Cocker, this is Mr. Mason and Susan.
How do you do, Miss Cogan?
They can see. Oh, good. I do hope you'll stay and help us.
How many blind people do you have here?
About 40. But you must be very hungry.
My sister and I were touring France. We collided with Miss Durant's car. Both our cars were ruined. No one was badly hurt. But we were all three under sedation that night.
Thanks to Miss Durant, the shelter became a hospital.
Yes, a tragic irony. The sick stayed well, and the healthy became blind. Your daughter is very sleepy.
Come along, my dear.
Good night, Daddy.
How old is your daughter, Miss Mason?
Susan is not my daughter. We found each other in London, and since then we've sort of been stuck with each other.
There's nothing to be afraid of. We're all friends here. Bettina, I want you to meet Susan. She's an English girl who's just arrived.
Hello, Susan. Hello.
I brought her to you, Bettina, because she still feels strange here, and you speak English. I'll call by later and tuck you in.
But you can't see.
How can you tell?
I'm finding I can tell a great many things. I think it's the way people react when you touch them. Let's see if I can tell anything more about you.
Can you tell how old I am?
You're 13.
I'm only 12.
But you're a very grown-up 12, aren't you?
I think I am.
Curly, blonde hair, right?
Right.
And brown eyes?
That's right.
And you've got a good sense of humor, too. I can tell because you've got the nicest laugh lines around your mouth. I'll tell you something else, too. We're going to make good friends.
Until things get back to normal, you are welcome to stay here and help us.
The past few days, I've seen London, Paris, and a lot in between. Things are never going back to normal.
So I've tried to impress on Miss Durant.
I have faith, Mr. Mason.
Faith is fine, Mr. Durant. But we'll need a lot more than that if we're going to survive.
Why shouldn't we survive?
Well, in France alone, there's over 50 million people, almost every one of them blind. There's going to be starvation, fire, pestilence. Anyone caught in the middle of it doesn't stand a chance. I think we ought to get out of here and go on to Spain.
How can you know it's any better there?
I don't.
And even so, how could we get all the people there?
We couldn't.
Mr. Mason, you are just running away.
Look, Mr. Durant, I've told you what things are like. If you sit here with your eyes closed and let this thing run over you, you're the one who's running away.
Perhaps you'll change your mind. I hope you and Susan will decide to stay and help us. Good night.
Good night.
And now it's time for another cooking segment on Cinema Insomnia. Tonight, we're going to show you how to make a post-sleepover dish that is truly the breakfast of insomniacs. Of course, Mr. Lobo is talking about cold pizza. Now, to make cold pizza, you first need a hot pizza in a delivery or takeout box like so. Now, the first thing you need to do is remove, I don't know, 3 or 4 pieces of pizza and a little table, if there is one. Use that as a piece of furniture for your Admiral Snack Bar action figure. And then you leave the pizza out, okay, with the lid open for, I don't know, until the pizza's room temperature and bacteria started to grow. I'd say about 3 hours or more. And then you take the whole pizza box, okay? Whole pizza, box and all. This is important. Do not wrap in plastic, okay? And then you place it in the refrigerator. You allow it to sit overnight. Now, during the night, the pizza acts like an air filter, okay, and commingles with all the flavors and odors in your refrigerator, you know, drawing in all the flavors of the milk, the juice, condiments, old lettuce, leftover Chinese food, etc. Now, we don't have time to let this pizza sit and commingle with all those flavors, but I made another cold pizza earlier. Viola cold pizza. Now you want to make sure that the cardboard is damp and the cheese is hard. All right. Now you serve this chilled with some aspirin, some flat root beer. You can start your day off right, just like Mr. Lobo. Why don't you enjoy some cold pizza right now during tonight's intermission? Isn't just for breakfast anymore. Arbanganzo.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Delicious things to eat.
The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
If you like pizza made the real Italian way with bubbly cheese, tangy seasonings, pure ingredients, you'll say our pizza is the mosta. Try some now at the refreshment center.
Creature of unholy vengeance, born in the heart of a man unjustly condemned to death.
In death I shall be stronger than you in life. I will come back from hell and make you pay for your crimes.
The tree monster. Oh, now, Norgu, I know about cannibalistic flowers, but this tree monster is utterly unbelievable.
Dr. Mason, you are a wise lady. But there are many things even the wisest of us do not know.
Land of superstition, terror, and violent hatred. Where beneath the surface of the Polynesian islands, the earth gives grotesque and terrible birth to a monstrous creature, sworn to kill and torture and destroy.
I beg you, pull up the roots so it will die before it murders everyone.
You know what? I have an eerie feeling that this thing knows what we're saying.
Pulse beat is almost human.
Don't be stingy the time like this, dearie.
Relentlessly, the baranga pursues its prey. Impervious to destruction by mortal hands, ravaging the world in its madness.
We've got to find her. Let's go back. Come on.
Doc, I never saw anything like this. Those bullets bounce off like BB shot on a stone wall.
Would you like to recapture winter's refreshing coolness right now? Take the flavors you like best, the richness of fruits, the zest of colas. Mix them into iced cold beverages. Pour into generous-sized cups. And you have the goodness of our cold drinks. They're ready now at our refreshment stand.
It isn't only in Britain
that spring this year has taken everyone by surprise. Here, in the Ticino, on the borders of Switzerland and Italy, the slopes overlooking Lake Lugano have already burst into flower, at least a fortnight earlier than usual. But what, you may ask, has the early and welcome arrival of bees and blossom to do with food? Well, it's simply that the past winter, one of the mildest in living memory, has had its effect in other ways as well. Most important of all, it's resulted in an exceptionally heavy spaghetti crop. The last 2 weeks of March are an anxious time for the spaghetti farmer. There's always the chance of a late frost, which, while not entirely ruining the crop, generally impairs the flavor and makes it difficult for him to obtain top prices in world markets. But now these dangers are over, and the spaghetti harvest goes forward. Spaghetti cultivation here in Switzerland is not, of course, carried out on anything like the tremendous scale of the Italian industry. Many of you, I'm sure, will have seen pictures of the vast spaghetti plantations in the Po Valley. For the Swiss, however, it tends to be more of a family affair. Another reason why this may be a bumper year lies in the virtual disappearance of the spaghetti weevil, the tiny creature whose depredations have caused much concern in the past. After picking, the spaghetti is laid out to dry in the warm alpine sun. Many people are often puzzled by the fact that spaghetti is produced at such uniform length, but this is the result of many years of patient endeavor by plant breeders who've succeeded in producing the perfect spaghetti. And now, the harvest is marked by a traditional meal. Toasts to the new crop are drunk in these poccolinos, and then the waiters enter bearing the ceremonial dish, and it is, of course, spaghetti, picked earlier in the day, dried in the sun, and so brought fresh from garden to table at the very peak of condition. For those who love this dish, there's nothing like real homegrown spaghetti.
Cinema Insomnia now returns you to our feature presentation.
Cut it out, girls. Quit it. Stop it. No more pillow fights. You're not dreaming. You're watching Cinema Insomnia. If you're just tuning in, Miss Mittens is having a slumber party with some of her gal pals, and we're watching her favorite carnivorous plant film. In the second half of tonight's feature, Howard Keel, best known for singing your dentist's favorite music, loses his golden throat but maintains his eyesight during a blinding shower of meteors that leaves the population of London sightless and in a state of panic, a la 28 Days Later. During all of this, a new species of man-eating plants appear on Earth, and quicker than you can say, "Feed me, Seymour," begins to uproot themselves and attack everyone. He saves a schoolgirl, and they escape to France, where they're a little looser about the whole schoolgirl companion thing. Unfortunately, as it turns out, everybody there is not only blind, but French as well. They come to a safe house where it's only a matter of time till the killer plants turn them into mulch. In tonight's thriller, Reel 6 of the Day of the Triffids.
Cortex of the root system.
It's good to see you working again, Tom.
I assure you it's not for the greater glory of science. I just want us to survive.
We will.
Damn it all, I'm not even a botanist.
Is it a plant or an animal?
Who knows? It doesn't seem to have any central nervous system. No circulation.
Then how does it move?
All plants move. And they don't usually pull themselves out of the ground and chase you. We could find out how this thing functions. We might figure out an easier way of killing it.
Look, you must get some sleep.
There's no time.
Just an hour. Then I'll wake you, I promise. Tom, you really must get some sleep. Sleep now. I'll wake you in an hour. Got out. It came to life and it got out. They regenerate.
It's like annelids, like worms. Cut them in half and you can't kill them. There's no telling how many of them are out there. Get the hammer and nails.
coffin.
Bettina, what are you doing out here?
I wanted to talk to you, Mr. Mason.
But you shouldn't be wandering around by yourself.
But I had to talk to you, just for a minute. Is it true you're going to leave us? To go to Spain?
Yes.
But what about the rest of us?
Bettina, the only way I can help is to try to find some real help. And I can't do it by staying here.
Then you're coming back to us?
Yes. If I can.
I hope you do come back.
Come on, I better get you back inside.
Hey, it's former horror host and comedian Francois Fly. To what do I owe your call?
Cut the BS, Lobo. I'm really offended by this racist snuff film you're showing tonight. Not only does the show portray the French in a bad light as convicts and table dancers, but it has real flies eaten alive.
What in the world are you talking about?
Don't play president with me, Lobo. It's even here in the script. In nature's scheme of things, there are certain plants that are carnivorous, or eating plants. The Venus flytrap is one of the best known of these plants. A fly drawn by a sweet syrup brushes against trigger bristles.
Okay, wait. Say that last bit about trigger bristles again, only slower. This call's getting a little hot. Maybe it's time to cut to a break. Cinema Insomnia will be right back. Okay, continue.
Oh, beautiful Sal was a stone-hearted gal, refusing to bill or to coo. But Clem was right smart. He appealed to her heart with that gal getting good old Mountain Dew.
Yahoo! Mountain Dew!
Mountain Dew will tickle your innards.
You're watching OSI 74.
Don't cast away that annoying single in your wallet or purse when you could be supporting the creator of these cartoons via Patreon with that very same dollar. $1 for a full year of awesome phony cartoons. Please consider supporting the creator of this cartoon on Patreon with $1. That's all I ask of my minions. $1. $1 a year. And if you can't afford $1 a year, then you're in worse shape than I am. And you know what? I totally understand.
Hey there, video heads. Hey, 90s kids, why don't you show those VHS collectors where it's at and jump on the new trend of collecting digital versatile discs. We have 3 Cinema Insomnia discs for you. We have I Bury the Living, Horror Hotel, and Atomic Brain as a 3 DVD set. And for under $35, you can get them at the OSI 74 shop. Or you can get them as a special tier from our Patreon and support your favorite show at the same time. Sounds good, huh? So remember, that's the Atomic Brain, Horror Hotel, and I Bury the Living. 3 DVDs now at one low price. We used to gouge you for these, but we just can't get away with it anymore. So enjoy the savings and enjoy your misunderstood movies. This is Mr. Lobo signing off.
Were we supposed to stop here?
going on? You can't just leave us here.
Sir, we lost contact.
With whom?
Everyone.
There appears to be an event happening.
Run.
Shut the windows and the doors! Here it comes! Could this really be happening?
And now it's time for our lucky Reel 7 girl. You know, it seems a little weird to have one of our young slumber party guests doing this. Maybe we could get like a permission slip or something. Oh, excuse me, there's a knock at the door. Look, everyone, it's Miss Mitten's aunt, Audrey, and cousin Audrey Jr.
Oh, hello, Mr. Al. I heard it was Miss Mitten's birthday, and I thought I'd bring Junior over for a play date.
Well, thanks for dropping by, Aunt Audrey. Oh, what's that, Miss Mittens? What do you mean, no boys allowed? She's such a joker.
I hope we're not intruding.
Oh, no. Actually, you know, we're showing another film tonight, and we really could use your help introducing the next reel. Would you like to be our lucky Reel 7 girl?
Be an honor, Mr. Al.
Great. Well, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
My name is Audrey Shiver. I'm recently widowed for the 7th time.
Really?
Yeah, bizarre gardening accident. It's more common than you might think.
No, I get it. How would you use your title as Reel 7 girl to help save the planet?
Like the great Howard Keel said in Reel 6, I believe the only way I can help is to find real help, and I can't do that by staying here. And if you sit there with your eyes closed and you let this thing run over you, you're the one who's really running away.
Yeah, they ought to put that on a bumper sticker or something. Something to think about. Would you like to introduce the movie now?
I would love to! And now back to Reel 5. The little...
Day.
Little day of...
No, just day.
The day... Shop of Hearts.
The day of the...
Hearts.
Triffids.
Bless you.
Triffid. A what? A Triffid.
The original Triffid, the kind I saw in a greenhouse several years ago, was known to have come to Earth in a meteorite. This reappearance must have been caused by the meteorite explosion of the other night.
Why should they attack people?
Most plants thrive on animal waste, but I'm afraid this mutation possesses an appetite for the animal itself. This must be how they propagate.
There are millions of them.
One light wind and they're everywhere.
Susan, where's Miss Durant?
In there. Bill, wait. There's something I've got to tell you.
Later, Susan. Miss Durant.
Give me a moment, Mr. Mason. Please sit down.
Now, look, Miss Durant. Now, whether you like it or not, we're going to have to pack up and leave.
Did you bring some more supplies?
You tell her, Mr. Coker.
Mason's quite right, Miss Durant. In the next 24 hours, the vicinity will be swarming with Triffids.
But I cannot leave all these people here to die. I grew up with them. They are my friends. Don't you understand?
Listen.
Bill, it's that plane again. It's back. It flew overhead before, Bill. That's what I wanted to tell you.
Come on, Coker.
Saying something about Toulon, the naval base being a rescue center.
Toulon? Of course, the French base in the Mediterranean near Marseille.
Yes. He's dead. It's my ankle. I can't go on.
Well, come on, I'll tell you.
No.
Coker? Coker?
Aunt Audrey, would you mind babysitting while I go out for a few party supplies?
That'd be my pleasure, Mr. Owl.
Fantastic. Well, just make sure they don't get into the liquor cabinet. And I guess Mr. Lobo will see you all later, okay? Cinema Insomnia will be right back.
He's here. My mystery date.
Mystery date. Are you ready for your mystery date? Don't be late. It would be great. Open the door for your
The thrilling new Milton Bradley game of romance and mystery that's just for you. And you. And you. And you. Mystery date. Will you be ready for swimming? Or a dance? When you open the door, will your mystery date be a dream? Or a dud?
Oh!
Fun and surprises. That's Mystery Date. Remember, Milton Bradley makes the best games in the world. So girls,
open the door for your mystery date.
Get Mystery Date.
Watch Sleazy Pictures on OSI 74.
Old Sleazy's here to keep you off suicide watch by making this another tolerable Friday night. Yes, we've got it all here tonight. Sound, colors, pictures that move. Sure looks bad, but they still treat their employees way better than Walmart. Don't worry, this is the Philippines. They use child stuntmen for the real dangerous stuff. 38 minutes in, and I'm sure half my audience wants to do the same thing.
So this is how you communicate with your little wang.
Not me. I communicate with my little wang with a series of rapid hand signals.
Hi, I'm Eddie Spaghetti, and I'm here to tell you that Here Lies has arrived to OSI 74. So prepare yourselves for nostalgia, a few laughs, and who knows, maybe you'll learn a thing or two.
This is a gateway to another dimension, another unknown, undiscovered world.
Yeah, we're going there. Here Lies, Fridays on OSI 74.
Oh, take it easy, Dracula. What do you think I'm carrying here, my dirty laundry?
Where a man-eating, talking plant gives homicide something to think about.
And I didn't do it. Do what? Whatever. Why are you so nervous?
I guess I just have a good kisser.
Now you will do as I say.
Yes, master.
You will go out and find me some food.
Yes, master.
What's the matter? Don't you like me?
Too bony.
Too bony? Nobody ever told me that before.
Beef is better than veal.
Ah, you're such a dodo. What do you call this? Chopped liver?
Time for a little drinky poo. Ooh. Ooh. Go 45. Gets you every time. Ooh. Ooh. It's going straight to the head. I gotta eat something with this. I can't eat this. It's got hamburger on it. And I'm a veterinarian. You know who likes hamburger? Here you go, Junior. I don't normally do this, but you've been so well behaved today. Wow, you really like that meat, don't you? Oh, is this going to be enough for you? Wow, you're looking ravenous. And Miss Means, you get out of that liquor cabinet right now, this instant. Oh, Missy, you wait till Mr. L gets home and what's happening, Miss Means? You're changing. You're turning into a monstrous, carnivorous version of yourself.
Susan, what's the matter? What's going on? What is it?
Some men. Convicts, I think. They've taken all the girls in there and made them dance with them. They brought all kinds of food and whiskey.
Well, how many are there?
I don't know, but there's a lot.
And they can see?
Yes.
Where's Miss Durant?
She's in there with them. But, Bill, they said they'd kill anyone who...
Now stay here and lock all the doors. But don't open for anyone but me, Susan's out in the car. You are not one of us. Come on. Susan, open up.
I can't open it.
Susan, get over there to the side.
The thing I said to you back to the chateau, I had no right to say them.
Well, makes you feel any better. I probably would have said the same thing under the circumstances. Feel guilty,
Maybe.
You know why?
Why?
Because you survived. Bettina, Coker, and all the rest dead. And you're alive, and you wonder why.
That's exactly right.
I know the feeling. In the war, you get a ship shot out from underneath you. All your friends gone, only a handful left. You ask yourself, why me? Why not someone better?
Where will we go in Spain?
Well, there's a big American naval base in southern Spain, at Cadiz. They're equipped for disaster. They get supplies, they're disciplined.
So where are the French at Toulon?
Negative.
5% nitric acid solution. Negative.
It's not that I expected a miracle. I didn't think we'd find a magic bullet, but nothing, absolutely nothing seems to affect this tissue.
They live, they grow, they take nourishment. They have sensory response, they absorb and expend energy. No matter what they're made of, there must be something that'll interrupt their life cycle.
Well, fundamentally, it's a simple problem, like finding a weed killer. No help out there. Been nothing on the air for days.
Can't help thinking about that last radio call from Devonport. The way the place caught fire and blew up like that, it was like listening to the end of the world.
Well, it's not the end of the world. Not quite yet. There's an answer here in front of us. There has to be.
If we're going to find the answer, we'd better find it pretty soon.
What are they doing out?
They're staring in at us like guards outside a condemned cell.
Well, let's get through this checklist again.
Hello? Hello? Where's Aunt Audrey? What do you mean she's not here? She's supposed to be watching you kids. And the darn liquor cabinet is wide open. This is why we don't invite Aunt Audrey to family functions. Colt 45 gets her every time. I can't believe that she left you poor kids to fend for yourselves. Did she even introduce the movie while Mr. Lobo was away? No? Well, what about trivia in cinema? Okay. Okay. You kids go play. Daddy's got work to do. And now it's time for trivia in cinema. Mr. Lobo is a virtual whiz on electric fence movies. This is a tried and true sci-fi staple. Electrocute your monster. Night of the Lepus, The Thing, Creature, Godzilla. He hates those electrical towers. Jurassic Park, Land of the Dead, Jaws 2. No! I will not let you do my hair. No manicures, no pedicures, no nothing. Okay. Just no bikini wax. We'll be back with more slumber party fun right after this.
talking to me? Well, I can understand how it can be with new friends.
He forgets I'm his mother. Prompt the TV dinner. Prompt the alarm goes off in the morning. And what is the first thing he hears? Me.
Wow, are you growing? Oh, and so fast.
Please Don't Eat My Mother. An idea of what can blossom from the planting of a few seeds.
You can't do that!
Henry! Help me! Henry!
Oh, no, you can't do that, even if she is my mother.
Henry! What a way to go!
Oh, my goodness. There went my mother.
Please Don't Eat My Mother. Coming to devour you soon.
Outer Space International. Bigger than TV. We're OSI 74.
What if someone finally had the answers to all your burning questions?
Should I shave my beard in 2017?
How do I feel like a better person? How do I feel a better person in 2017? How do I stop asking inane questions about 2017? The answer is in one audio disc book tape. Mr. Lobo's Hypnosis for Hipsters will help you self-meditate your mega mental energy for better think smarts. Your juice will taste better. Your dreams more rectangular. You will finally bend to Mr. Lobo's will. Get Hypnosis for Hipsters today from Outer Space International. Only $19.99. Includes informative booklet and autographed photo of your self-help guru, Mr. Lobo, to inspire you in your most desperate times. Visit OSI74.com.
Look into the hypnotic eye.
Our goal is to satisfy your visual appetite and to give you a fix for your visual addiction.
Watching TV, and I'm feeling okay.
Well, hopefully we've shown you things you haven't seen before. Things that make you just go, what the hell was that all about?
There are two rules to remember if you want to have a good time. Rule number 1, never run out of Colt 45. Rule number 2, never forget rule number 1. You want to know why you should keep plenty of Colt 45 on hand? You never know when friends might show up. I don't claim you can have a better time with Colt 45 than without it. But why take chances?
The power of Colt 45. It works every time.
What? You hate the way we got rid of who? Aunt Audrey? Look, it was a bit, okay? And what do you mean I look stupid? I'm not wearing green to mock anyone. Oh! They did this to me. I didn't do this to myself. Look, I gotta go. I gotta go. That's it, all right? That is it, Miss Mittens. First, you froze Mr. Lobo's underpants. Then you hit me with pillows. Then you put my hand in warm water. And then you put me in this ridiculous mud mask and you painted my toes, all right? This is the final straw, all right? It is time for bed. This slumber party is over. No. Not tired. I don't want to hear it, okay? Mr. Lobo is going to put on the Howard Keel record. That's right. That's right. It's bedtime. You brought this on yourselves. Here it comes. There it goes. Get all snuggly. They're going to be out like a light in no time. As for the rest of you, Cinema Insomnia now brings you tonight's feature.
You're a good horse, and you must be tired. I'm going to find you some fresh green grass. Bill, may I go and look at the fair?
All right, but don't wander off. If we can find something, we're going to eat right away, I'm sorry. Did I burn you?
No, it's nothing. Bill, do you think we have a chance?
Once you taste this coffee of mine, you'll know nothing worse can happen.
Your coffee is very good. In fact, you're a handyman in the kitchen.
Been doing for myself for a long time.
You have never been married?
No.
Why?
Guess I've never been in one spot long enough to get caught.
And now you are saddled with a family.
It might have its points. Suzanne!
Look what I found.
We could use it. We'll take it.
But our horse, we can't leave him.
Well, we leave him in the field somewhere, and he'll have plenty of food. He'll be fine.
No, we can't leave him all alone. I won't go.
Now, Susan, be reasonable. We can't take him with us.
Don't let him, Christine. It isn't fair. It's mean. He doesn't have any right.
But it is not Bill's fault, Susan. He's only doing what's right for all of us. He'll never hurt you, never, if he can help it. You know that.
I know.
Find out. Hello, is anybody here?
Please, please, come in. Come in. Oh, God. Teresa! Teresa, ven pronto. Ha llegado gente, pueden ver. Nos ayudarán. I knew it. That's my role. Luis de la Vega.
I'm Bill Mason. This is Susan and Mr. Allen.
But please, Teresa, 3 guests. This is my wife, Teresa.
Welcome. Now we know that we are not the only 2 people left in this part of the world.
I believe that someone will arrive to help us. That's why I put up the rope. You see, we are expecting a baby, and we need someone who can help. Perhaps the 2 ladies could...
can't see. Both seem so natural.
My wife has been blind for many years. Now she's teaching me how to get around. But you ladies will stay and help her.
Of course we will. Please be seated, all of you. I'll go and get some food.
We'll help. Come along, Susan.
We were trying to get to Cadiz.
But you don't know about that.
Know about what?
They had to evacuate the naval base.
Well, they did? How?
By submarine. I heard it on my radio. Some submarines that were submerged during the night of the meteorites, their entire crews were all right. I tried to contact them with my transmitter, but something went wrong. I can neither transmit nor receive.
Well, let's take a look at it. Maybe I can fix it.
Oh, are you familiar?
Yes. As the first mate, I have to at least have a working knowledge of it.
From the Gibraltar Rescue Center. Final survivor pickup will be on Saturday at Alicante. We repeat our warning. Vast bands of Triffids are roaming the area. Do not travel at night. Barricade all doors. We repeat our warning. Do not travel at night. Barricade all doors. Final survivor pickup will be on Saturday at Alicante.
Well, that's tomorrow. We'll leave the first thing in the morning. That'll work. Now, when I tell you, turn that switch, Okay, Susan, turn it on. Well, it works. All right, Susan, you can turn it off now. Baby born?
Yes, it's a boy.
How is he?
Fine.
And the mother?
She's weak, but I suppose that's to be expected.
Hey, that's Susan.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see what we can do. And now it's time for another Insomniac mail sack. A lot of you have been writing in, and many of these letters have the same gripe. Here's one. Dear heartless bastard, how dare you kill off my favorite new character on Cinema Insomnia? She may seem like a cheap, two-dimensional caricature of a character, but we care about Aunt Audrey. She's not wrong for wanting a new life away from violence and heartache, and you cut her down for a cheap laugh. How dare you play with our emotions for the sake of satire? Hate you forever, Fern Green, Grover's Mill, New Jersey. Excuse me. We get it. Okay. Okay. We hear you loud and clear. Once again, your fan entitlement trumps Mr. Lobo's artistic integrity. It's a communication medium, and we understand that the audience is the end consumer. Mr. Lobo sincerely apologizes for ending that character so badly. We decided to bring back Aunt Audrey. Go ahead, get up. Take a bow. Aunt Audrey, would you mind babysitting while Mr. Lobo runs to the store for a few party supplies?
I would love to watch these little angels.
Fantastic. Just make sure they don't get into the liquor cabinet, all right? Here are the keys. And I guess Mr. Lobo will be seeing you all very, very soon. Cinema Insomnia will be right back.
Now, the most menacing musical comedy ever to paint the silver screen green. Little Shop of Horrors. Where did you get such a weird flavor? Thrilled to the romance.
Will you marry me?
Witness the drama.
You'll be a 10. You have a talent for causing things.
I've been saving all month for this. I think I need a root canal. I'm sure I need a long, slow root canal.
Feed me, Cowboy! Feed me now! Savor the spectacle of the first plant in motion picture history ever to sing for its supper. Starring Rick Moranis, Ellen Green, Vincent Gardenia, with a special appearance by Steve Martin, James Belushi, John Candy,
Comfy?
and Bill Murray.
It's your professionalism that I respect.
Little Shop of Horrors.
We must now break for station identification.
Работает. Улыбается. Значит, люди смогут стыковать корабли, монтировать орбитальные станции, пересаживаться с ракеты на ракету, выходить из аварийных ситуаций. Смелый и важный шаг совершен по пути к Луне. И первыми совершили его
Utopia Fantastica vis Cosmonauts on OSI 74.
So let us remember the past, honor the present, and be amused by the future. I predict that you will invest in a piece of film history, the original black backdrop for night scenes in the 1959 cult classic Plan 9 from Outer Space was amazingly found at quality studios during the making of a documentary. 1.5 to 2 inch squares were affixed to a certificate of authenticity signed by Plan 9 actor Conrad Brooks and Buddy Barnett of Cult Movies. This is a limited edition collectible, and when they're gone, they're gone. A must for every Ed Wood fan. Order yours today for only $29.99. Free shipping in the US. Can you prove it didn't happen? Order today, only $29.99. Visit us at osi74.com or call us at 1-321-252-4574.
Plan 9 from Outer Space is a cult film. Reefer Madness and Rocky Horror Picture Show are cult movies. I'm Michael Coppener, and this is Buddy Barnett.
Mario Kart 8 Piranha Plant test. Take 9.
The all-new Piranha Plant can chomp other racers and give you a speed boost. You can use it in Mario Kart 8. Every kart, every track, every item has been insanely tested for flippin' fun.
Bad plan.
Mario Kart 8, only on Wii U. Rated E for everyone.
Time for a little drinky poo. Ooh. Colt 45 gets you every time. Ooh. Ooh. It's going straight to the head. I gotta eat something with this. I can't eat this. It's got hamburger on it. And I'm a veterinarian. You know who likes hamburger? Here you go, Junior. I don't normally do this, but you've been so well behaved today. Wow, you really like that meat, don't you? Oh, is this gonna be enough for you? Wow, you're looking ravenous. And Miss Mittens, you get out of that liquor cabinet right now, this instant. Oh, Missy, you wait till Mr. L gets home and what's happening, Miss Mittens? You're changing. You're turning into a monstrous, carnivorous version of yourself.
Mr. Lobo's back home early. What are you plants doing? Wait a second now. Miss Mittens, what are you doing over here? That's it, okay? That is it. All right? It's time for bed. I don't want to hear it. Time for bed. Not tired. Not tired. You know what? You know what's happening now? Daddy's going to put on the Howard Keel record. That's right. I don't want to hear the moaning. Here it comes. Get all snuggly, quite simply. And there it is. They'll be out like a light in no time. As for the rest of you, let's jump into the next reel of tonight's feature.
Look.
Susan, go turn on the switch. Weakening.
Susan, get back to the house.
Don't have enough power. Come on.
Engine running.
do they keep coming back?
I don't know, Susan. Well, there must be some reason.
Maybe they can hear us.
Hmm? Hey, maybe that's it. Maybe it's sound that attracts them. That generator. Come on, Susan. You're right. It's sound that attracts them. But if sound leads them to us, it can lead them away, too.
Like the Pied Piper of Hamelin.
Yeah. Yeah, like the Pied Piper. Susan, you've heard it. Come on. Now, when they've gone, open up the gates and take off. But until then, no noise at all. All right? Now, come on.
What about you?
I'll see you in Alicante. Winter's up, hmm?
The girls are finally asleep. It was starting to seem like another John Wyndham-inspired sci-fi movie, Children of the Damned.
But they sure are cute when they're asleep, aren't they?
They sure are, Aunt Audrey. They sure are. Cinema Insomnia will be right back.
Quicksand in the clouds.
There's a new pet.
Chia.
Chia Pet, the pottery that grows. It's fun and easy. Soak your chia, spread the seeds, keep it watered, and watch it grow. And now grow a whole collection of fun with chia teddy bears, puppies, kittens, rams, wolves, turtles, bunnies, and a chia tree to keep your pets company. Chia Pets and Trees, the pottery that grows.
Chia Pets and Trees are available at Eckerd, Revco, Rite Aid, and Kmart. Makes a great gift.
Hi, I'm Tessa Zombie, and I watch OSI 74.
Are you guys ready to play? You don't know how excited I am to play with you guys. I've been waiting for this for so long.
It's called Truth or Dare.
Oh my God, you're on TV! This is all real!
The fans, they're responding to the realism. They appreciate the structure I brought to the game for sure. The fans, they want to see reality. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to give the fans what they desire. Yes! The fans, they're responding. They're responding. They like this video. Remember who's running the game here.
1201 Beyond. We should really actually clarify what that is if the audience was meant to understand 1201 Beyond. I mean, it's not like you're really a big name or anything.
1201 Beyond? That show's just a plagiarized Night Flight, isn't it? This really offends me. I just found out what Night Flight is.
Who the hell even cares? I don't even know why I'm here. I should be doing more with my life. Does anybody even watch this?
Dear Mom and Dad, I've been at a sleepaway camp for almost 3 weeks, and I'm getting very scared.
Welcome to Sleepaway Camp. Someone is watching you.
Hey, Baba, reload!
Someone is waiting for you. Someone wants to scare you to death.
Turn the wheel! Oh my God!
Sleepaway Camp. You won't be coming home.
Anytime. Caitlin was a complete angel. Thanks for picking her up. All right, bye now, folks.
Caitlin's parents are a nice couple, aren't they?
They sure are, Aunt Audrey. They sure are. Okay, what do you say we clean this place up, huh? Oh, cold pizza tomorrow.
Ooh.
There's a knock at the door. That must be Herbie. Probably come to pick up little Venus. I'll let him in. Why don't you come on in, okay?
Hey guys, sorry I'm late. I had to run all the way here. I missed my subway train. I was out looking for a strange and unusual plant at that new nursery and restaurant, but they were all sold out.
Oh, New Wong Fu's Plants for Everything?
Plants for everything. Juice and noodle bar.
You know, it sounds trendy. Is the food good?
I eat there every night.
Herbie, allow me to introduce you, please. Herbie Greensburg, this is Miss Mitten's aunt, Miss Audrey Shiva.
It's nice to meet you, Miss Shiva.
Please, call me Audrey. Did I ever hear you talk about Wong Fu's? I love that place. That's where I got Audrey Jr. from during that total eclipse.
This is the plane I was looking for. It's amazing.
Venus is very beautiful too.
And you're very beautiful, if you don't mind me saying so.
You know what, kids? This party seems to be winding down a little bit now. And it also looks like Venus and Junior here like each other. You know, it might be a good idea if the two of you were to share a subway ride back to the city.
Would you like to with me? I mean...
I like that a lot.
Okay, well, you and your plants go on a double date at Wong Fu's. All right, on Mr. Lobo, send me the check. All right, no buts, no buts. See you kids later. Don't let the door hit you in the fronds on the way out. Finally, Mr. Lobo is almost done with this night of the Triffids.
Time to get aboard, miss. We're sailing.
The submarine will depart in 5 minutes. Our life rafts will continue to search for survivors.
This is the Gibraltar Rescue Center for the Mediterranean area. Our pickup at Alicante has been made on schedule. This is the final rescue operation for the present. Stay tuned to this wavelength for further bulletins. Repeat. Stay tuned to this wavelength for further bulletins.
How far is Gibraltar?
Too far to swim. Let's get back to work.
Get away from that window. Stop staring at them. I'm sorry, Kieran. I'm sorry. dissolving! The sea water's dissolving them! Seawater. 2/3 of the earth is covered with it. You hunt and you search, and all the while the answer's right in front of you.
A simple method had been found to destroy the Triffids. Seawater, from which life on Earth had sprung, became the means of preserving life on Earth. Mankind survived, and once again had reason to give thanks.
Send in the clouds, just when I start opening doors, finally knowing the one
Hello there. Only one more young visitor that needs to go home, and this slumber party of the damned will finally be over. Oh, it's another knock at the door. That must be Stacy's mom, here to come get her. Excuse me. Well, hello there. Ow! You're forward. Owie! Ow! Thanks for watching Cinema Insomnia!
Send in the clouds. Don't bother, they're here. isn't it queer? Losing my timing this late in my career. And where are the clouds? There ought to be clouds. Well, maybe next year.
Wow. Mr. Lobo loves that episode. I mean, I cannot believe that we finally got to do that one and get all our jokes in there. You know, we did it the first time live and it was great, but then we missed a few things and we forgot a few props. And then we did it again and it was even better. And we thought, oh, this is going to be fantastic. Lost it in the hard drive crash. And we're like, oh man. Did it a third time. We got all the pistons firing and everybody was great. Crystal was amazing in front of the camera and behind the camera. She has some stage management kind of experience and she was really kind of helping us help us morons hold it together. Newt Wallen, who's also a writer and a producer, he was the kind of Seymour sort of character. He was great. You know, everybody was great. We even had a fan performing in that episode, Joseph Herb. Joseph Herb, who is also my dad, makes a lot of generous donations to the show. So we wanted to pay him back by having him in the episode. Now he's given us even some more money this week, so we may have to try to sneak him into another episode. I don't know. We'll have to do something nice for Joe, because he really is good to us. So, and there's a lot of fans out there who've been incredibly generous and good to us. People who've been sending us props that we've been collecting for the new season. People who have jumped onto our Patreon account. So, you know, Mr. Lobo is very grateful this holiday weekend for all of you who are allowing us to perpetuate this selfish hoax of continuing this show. And one of the things that keeps us going is fan mail, fan response. The two things Mr. Lobo likes to get in the mail are fan art and cleverly concealed cash. So if you're not a talented artist, don't despair. You just send Mr. Lobo cleverly concealed. Cleverly concealed is the key word. Don't be a fool. You don't want the mail person to take that. But we got a great one here to our P.O. box, and our P.O. box is Mr. Lobo, care of OSI 74, Box 74, at Glen, Pennsylvania 19310. So that's where you want to send your stuff. And what do we got here? Oh my gosh. Oh. Help! I'm on fire? I mean, I think we're probably already too late. And why would you draw it in crayon and mail it? Call the fire department. This looks like a nice drawing of a marshmallow, I guess, which is not traditionally Easter candy. But there's a letter that comes with this, and that's quite a few drawings. We'll look at them after we read the letter. It says, I can see this, but it says, "Dear Mr. Lobo, how are you? Hope you are okay." I am okay. In fact, that is the best way to describe what I am right now. Okay. Just okay. Just okay. Oh, anyway. We are looking forward to going to RetroCan again. That's probably RetroCon, right? looking forward to going to RetroCon again. I can't wait to see you there. Graham. Wow. Oh, I can't wait to see you too, Graham. I mean, RetroCon is a lot of fun. Getting together at conventions and seeing your friends. Those are all great things to do. So hopefully we'll be seeing all of you at RetroCon this year. What do we got here? We got some interesting drawings. This is a drawing here. Is this what Graham looks like? I didn't picture Graham would be a mermaid. I would talk to Dad about the clamshells, but that's probably a picture of a mermaid drawn by Graham. I'm thinking that's probably the most likely scenario for that. But it's a very nice picture of a mermaid. I like that a lot. And then we've got two sushis, I think. These look like sushis. I thought that first one was vanilla ice, but I think actually these are two sushis. Sushis. It's very cute. I like those guys. Very adorable. And then this looks like a taco with a mustache. You know, if I get a mustache in my taco, I have to send it back. But, you know, to each his own. And then this is a turd? Is that like a poop emoji? There's another one to maybe talk to Dad about. What? Oh! Harry Potter? This is something from... Okay, well, my producer tells me that this is something from Harry Potter. So it's not a poop emoji, and I'm sorry. Well, I'm not insulting your artwork, Graham. I think it's very good. And I can see now that it is not a poop emoji. So thank you for sending me this artwork and helping us kick off our intermission. Maybe you might want to enjoy a marshmallow that's on fire, Graham. And as for the rest of you, maybe you could dig into some of that Easter candy early and have some of that horrible candy. And we'll see you in, I don't know, about 10 minutes for the second half of tonight's double feature.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Delicious things to eat.
The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Hey, Dudley Rabbit here. Easter's almost here, so hurry up with those eggs.
Hi, I'm Clara Clucker. Dudley asked me to tell all you moms about his new improved shaken egg. It makes Easter eggs that are downright egg-siding. Get it? Well, come on, Mom, I'll show you. Just pour Dudley's dazzling new dye mix into the shaker bag. Now dip a hard-boiled egg in warm water, put it in the bag, and just shake away. Oh, isn't that fun? Oh, and here's what's new. Dudley's new formula dyes and dries instantly, right in the bag. Have you ever seen such wonderful colors? So, Mom, take it from me, Clara Clucker, and this year get Dudley's own shaken egg, the better-than-ever way to color Easter eggs. And look for Clara Clucker's Happy Easter Egg, the colorful giant blow-up egg with pictures of me and all my Easter friends at fine stores everywhere.
With mustard and relish, you'll guarantee mouth-watering satisfaction. Mmm. And now he slips his costume on a beautiful golden bun. There's his cue to go out on stage.
He's the natural.
He's the rage. Meet this person at a tea at our refreshment counter. Treat the family.
Today is Easter, and in this house, 7 people will die at the hands of a masked maniac. Meet Nicholas. He's a very special boy, and this is his favorite time of year. He's just wild about Easter, but something sinister is lurking just around the corner.
If it wasn't for her mongoloid son, I think I'd be smiling from ear to ear. We need to calm the down. Everybody, calm the down. It's Easter, not Halloween.
You're looking at a very unusual kind of egg from Cadbury that's only around till Easter. Its shell is pure, rich Cadbury milk chocolate. But look, inside sits a sweet, creamy yellow yolk surrounded by delicious white filling. Cream eggs from Cadbury. Why, they're the best thing to come along since the Easter Bunny. And when he's gone, they're gone.
You're not dreaming. You're watching cinema. Insomnia. I'm your host, Mr. Lobo. We hope you enjoyed tonight's intermission. Got into that disgusting Easter candy early, I hope. We had a snack. We stretched our legs. We had a good time. But since it's getting late, and it's getting awfully late, isn't it, folks? We're thinking it's good if we just dive right in to the second half of Mr. Lobo's Cinema Insomnia Fan Group Watch Party Double Feature. But before we do that, I want to take the time here to thank, from the bottom of my heart, the 11 people who are still watching right now. These watch parties, you know, we're still getting used to them. I mean, people think doing these watch parties on Facebook is like making real TV shows. It's a totally different animal, and we're completely out of our element. So hopefully they'll just get better and better and better. They couldn't get much worse, honestly. But this movie that we're going to be showing you tonight is, I would say, the great granddaddy of all those terrible and poorly researched TV shows on the History Channel. You know, the one with the guy who's like, aliens. I'm not saying it's aliens, but it was aliens. You know, the guy with his hair standing up, you know, in all the memes. That's a character played by Shadow Stevens from all the Federated commercials. Yeah, I mean, you really believe he's like a real guy, right? But yeah, I love that. The crazy Greek alien researcher character that Shadow Stevens does on all those History Channel shows. It's pretty amazing. He's like a Tracy Ullman, you know. He's like that talented to where you just believe that character. But that being said, those shows, those modern mystery shows, they all are standing on the shoulders of other shows that are standing on the shoulders of In Search Of. In the 1970s, I think In Search Of was like the beginning of these sort of mystery, pseudo-documentary kind of shows, which was famously hosted by Leonard Nimoy. The pilot that we're showing you tonight was hosted by Rod Serling. So does that mean that when they went to series that Leonard Nimoy was just like a poor man's version of Rod Serling? I think when they went to series, Leonard Nimoy was just a more alive version than Rod Serling. But Rod Serling from The Twilight Zone, I can't imagine a better narrator. He does such a great job tying all these elements together, as you will see in the second half of tonight's feature. In Search of Ancient Astronauts. Okay, that one's not supposed to have music. It's the other movie.
Okay, bye, Mr. Lobo. Adios. Sayonara, baby. Hasta la vista. See you later. Viacone Elvis, TCB. Follow that dream. Happy trails. That's it. He's finally gone. Finally. Okay, kids, the real Halloween party can begin now.
Staying up late, I'm watching TV. watching TV, and I'm feeling okay. Vampire girls are looking for the head of Hitler so they can bleed it. Giant monster cooking Tokyo with atomic fire to eat it. Nothing else matters to me. I'm watching TV, and I'm staying up late. I'm watching TV. I'm watching TV, and I'm feeling okay. I'm watching movies till dawn, or if there's nothing on, I say they're not bad movies, just misunderstood.
Attention, insomniacs. Mr. Lobo must warn you that tonight's feature was used by the local poison control center to induce vomiting. Don't stay up late. It's not worth it.
Godzilla has a brain about this size. Because all you of Earth are idiots. Idiots.
Flying saucers have invaded our planet. The whole world is under attack.
In a cyclonic cavalcade of electrifying horror.
Nothing else matters to me. I'm watching TV, and I'm staying up late. I'm watching TV. I'm watching TV, and I'm feeling okay. I'm watching TV.
Greetings, people of the future. On this day of your year, we decided to open up the vault and dig out another time capsule from the raw and puckered annals of our cinema insomnia history. We now present to you, for educational purposes only, a classic episode from our library, reconstructed with the best elements known to TV science. Enjoy. You are under my power. Look into the hypnotic eye. Time now to enter Mr. Lobo's domain. Look out! Open your mind to the possibility that they're not bad movies, just misunderstood. You're not dreaming. You're watching cinema insomnia. Tonight's presentation is not a newscast, and because it's not a newscast, you may believe it's actually true. But can your heart bear the shocking facts about grave-robbing astronomers? I'm Mr. Lobo, and I want to believe. The truth is out there. Well, it's out there, if you know what I mean, and I think you do. Are we not alone? I am. Are we not men? There are some who believe that we evolved from apes. But really, how silly. There's no scientific evidence to support such poppycock. It's as plain as the opposable thumb on your hand that life here began out there, far across the universe, with tribes of ancient astronauts who may have been the forefathers of the Egyptians, or the Toltecs, or the Mayans, or even the Insomniacs. They may have been the
architects of the Great Pyramids or the lost cities of Atlantis and Bedrock. Some believe that there may yet be brothers of man who, even now, fight to survive in an obscure TV series far, far away amongst the stars and co-stars. But tonight, we put concave mirrors on our shoes and stare up the dark robes of time and space herself to see if we can get a glimpse of the unwashed truth. Submitted for your approval, our spectral narrator, Rod Serling, reads the signs as we go on a road trip in search of ancient astronauts.
If ancient astronauts did land here, what effect would they have had upon early Earthmen? Perhaps they were worshipped, feared, loved. Perhaps they brought gifts, a new world of knowledge, or simply the principle of the lever. If we accept the premise that beings from another civilization visited here ages ago, then some of the mysteries of our past take on a new and startling light. The Baghdad Museum in Iraq has on display a clay vase dating back before the birth of Christ. The vase is also a 2,000-year-old battery. A small copper tube is placed in the narrow neck, and a rod made of a metal alloy is inserted in the copper tube. When filled with hydrochloric acid, it produces an electric current. The vase was, it seems, a primitive galvanic cell battery. Count Volta is credited with having invented the electric cell 2,500 years later. Was the secret of electricity revealed to man thousands of years ago? Is it possible that this planet Earth has been visited by travelers from outer space? Did they wander through the throbbing light years of the universe in search of other life and find it here?
We are not alone here in space. Every day, new planets. We are not alone here in space. Every day, new life. Every day, amazing flights. And angels in shocking spaceships. We are not alone here in space, because in the space we have rollers.
Space. An endless tapestry of stars reaching toward infinity. Scattered through its vastness are 100 billion planets on which life theoretically could exist. If only 1% of that life is intelligent, there could be 1 million civilizations out there. And of that million, it is conceivable that one discovered the secrets of space travel. It is possible that ancient astronauts went in search of life beyond their own world and found it on the planet Earth. The existence of other intelligent beings in the universe intrigues the men of tomorrow's science. As we left our tracks on the moon, so too must the ancient astronauts have set theirs on the Earth. If so, where is the evidence of their presence? Where are the artifacts they have left behind? Perhaps the clues are not all buried in the past.
Hi, Gemini 7 here, Houston 98. Loud and clear. 7, go ahead. I told you at 10 o'clock high. This is Houston. Say again, 7? I said we have a bogey at 10 o'clock high. Roger.
Gemini Control here again. The reference in that conversation was bogey. It was Borman who reported.
Mr. Lobo is going to get to the bottom of this ancient astronaut mystery thanks to the new Freedom of Information Act. Yes, because of the Freedom of Information Act, the government must now disclose previously classified information. It's all right as Americans to know.
What city, please?
Yes, hello, I'm a taxpayer. I'm not sure. I'm looking for Area 51.
Hold on while I look up the number.
This is incredibly easy.
Would you like to write it down, or shall I connect you direct?
Connect me, please.
That'll be a 95-cent connection charge.
1 second. 95 cents? Yeah, that's okay.
Area 51.
Is this the Area 51?
That's what I said.
Are you open to the public?
Till 6, Monday through Friday.
Really? Do you think, I could see, a crashed UFO?
Yeah, I think so. We got a lot of wrecks out back. Look, we're kind of busy. Why don't you come down and check it out?
Certainly. I'm going to need the address. Let me get a pen. This is incredible. I mean, this new Freedom of Information Act is out of this world. I don't know why everyone says it's so difficult to talk to these guys. Cinema Insomnia. We'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Go ahead.
All right. You go down the highway.
Out here we entertain ourselves at home, so we got an Atari video game. There's so many different games to play. We especially like Space Invaders, zapping those little devils from outer space. It's fun, but personally I think the whole idea of creatures from outer space is a little far-fetched.
No other company offers you as many different video game cartridges as Atari.
You're watching OSI 74. Your mother is a hoe.
I'm Dick Doodle, lead anchor of Unsport 74, bringing you hard-hitting interviews. How long have you been a part of the I wear a yellow headband and I will never get laid team?
This is my second year on the team.
That's the Virgin team, right?
Yes.
I came back bigger, I'm stronger.
Someone's pretty full of himself. Jim, cut the goddamn feed. Don't need this smug bastard on anymore. Featuring Unsports from all reaches of the galaxy. Expert analysis from Sir Mittens Merriweather, Royal Kingsley, Pierre LaPuck, Public Domain Fleischer Cartoon Clark Kent, and the rest of the Unsport 74 news team. So, this is Dick Doodle reminding you, don't be a good sport, be an unsport.
It's Ratbusters TV.
Well, hello there.
We're going to show short films, music videos, sketches. It's going to be the bomb. Yeah, I said the bomb. Nowhere else. Right here. Don't even look. Hey, you don't want to watch our show? That's why no one asked you to prom.
Oh, hell to the no.
And the best thing about Ratbusters TV is it's free, so you get what you pay for. Oh, hold on. No, never mind that. Only here on OSI 74.
Not yet, hold on. Almost there. And now, back to your program.
This could be the beginning of the end for the human race. For what men first thought were meteors or the often ridiculed flying saucers are in reality the flaming vanguard of the invasion from Mars.
Looks like they're gonna come out of that gully pretty soon. We'll have to rush our defenses to be ready when they do.
The guards need plenty of reinforcements.
We'll get them. Lieutenant, look!
Panic that sweeps around the globe as the great masses of mankind flee blindly in a headlong stampede of hysteria.
This is Mr. Lobo, and I'm here at Area 51. Actually, it wasn't so hard to find. It was right smack dab in the middle between Area 49 and 53. 52 is right across the street. We're actually going to go inside and look at actual UFO parts. Come with me. Excuse me. Hello, I'm a taxpayer. I'd like to know where the UFO parts are.
I think they're back over there by the bumpers.
What a coincidence. We're bumping back into our movie. Or is it a coincidence? We now return to In Search of Ancient Astronauts.
The sun in our heavens will burn for another 4 billion years. Then it will expand to a red giant. It has happened elsewhere. Many suns in the universe have died. Somewhere in space, an advanced civilization may have seen the end approaching and begun the search for a new planet that could sustain life. We have come of age in space. Our own explorations tell us it is possible that man-like creatures might have come here in their quest for a place to regenerate life. If they had come from an Earth-like planet, this Earth would have been an ideal new home, and here they might have landed. Nazca, a remote desert plain in the Peruvian Andes, may hold the key to an ancient puzzle. On January 5th, 1973, we reported the possibility that the lines and figures etched on the mysterious plain marked the site of a landing made by astronauts thousands of years ago. Since then, the strange drawings, visible only from the air, have been photographed by aerial survey, satellite, and the Skylab astronauts. The lines at Nazca, when added to the evidence of other sites around the world, indicates that the Earth may not merely have been visited by ancient astronauts. It may, in fact, have been colonized by them. There are marks that have been left by past civilizations to indicate the presence on Earth of explorers who came across the divide of space. Did those colonists inspire the legends of gods who came from the skies? Can we find the historic fact of their presence in the myths of ancient man? 100 years ago, an amateur archaeologist decided that Homer's Iliad was not myth, but history. He followed the epic account through the Aegean Sea to Asia Minor, and there he found the ruins of the lost city of Troy. What other legendary places contain evidence that converts myth to history, that supports tales of events so far beyond the range of normal human experience they have for centuries been dismissed as allegory and legend? In the last 50 years, science has developed tools to date past events and probe ancient mysteries. So we are finding that old accounts take on new meaning. In the mysterious Peruvian Andes, near a lake called Titicaca. From the shore, the outline of Titicaca has no pattern. Only when viewed from space does it take on the shape of a jaguar about to pounce. In the ancient language of the region, Titicaca means Stone of the Jaguar. Was it named by arriving space colonists? An arid mesa called the Altiplano fringes Lake Titicaca. On the barren windswept plain, the air is thin, and corn does not grow. It is a harsh environment. Yet there is reason to believe that here, long ago, a colony was established by visitors from another planet. It is possible that the first inhabitants of the Altiplano are our dim and distant ancestors.
Excuse me, now where were the UFO parts again?
UFO? I think you mean Yugo. We specialize in foreign parts.
No. UFO, unidentified flying objects, like the kind described in Project Blue Book.
You're never going to get Blue Book for a fixer-upper Yugo, no matter how many parts you buy from us.
Jettison Disneyland 1, Space Mountain Code 2, clear for takeoff.
Instrumentation.
Instrumentation, go.
Propulsion.
Go.
Facility.
Go.
Electrical.
Go.
All personnel, clear the launch platform.
Space Mountain. It could only happen at Disneyland.
Experience it now.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
This guy. Taking us down the deep, dark mine shaft of perversion. For crying out loud.
So, all right, what are our goals? What do we want to do? We have a whole channel. We have the fans out there who are waiting to see what we're going to do next. What do we want to do?
More stuff.
Our producers need a lot of help.
If you like what they do and what they do works for you, why not consider putting a little something in their thank jar?
Oh, you can buy crack from me.
Our producers receive 100% of the tips in their thank jar.
Reach for the sky. Support OSI.
Aaron M. Lane is an editor, producer, and archivist for Cinema Insomnia, hosted by Mr. Lobo. He has spent countless hours preparing and restoring episodes for OSI 74. Send funds online now. Go to paypal.me/lanefilmltd. That's paypal.me/lanefilmltd.
How does it think? What makes it move? Why does it breathe? Questions anyone would ask about a man if they'd never seen one before. So for 5 days, a man was borrowed. The story that Travis Walton and 5 other witnesses told was so unbelievable, so unimaginable, that it has become the most famous case of UFO abduction ever reported.
Well, Area 51 turned out to be a bust, so during the commercial break, Mr. Lobo hopped on a plane and flew here to the Altiplano and the Peruvian Andes to learn the truth about space travelers who may have visited mankind in the distant past. I'm now standing here, 300 miles from the mystical drawings at Nazca at the majestic banks of Lake Titicaca. Okay, stop it. Grow up.
all right? Here we go. Here, near Lake Titicaca, we're all adults here, okay? Can we get through this? All right, I'm going to say Titicaca one more time. Can you behave yourself? Okay, tonight we go in search of ancient astronauts. Behind me is Lake Titicaca. I'm sorry. My bad. Okay, let's try it again.
The nearby sacred well of Cenote forms a perfectly round crater in the rock. It is unlikely that it could have been formed naturally or by human excavation. It does, however, resemble a crater made by the exhaust gases of a very powerful rocket engine. To the east of Cenote is the ancient Mayan city of Chichen Itza. About 600 A.D., the entire Mayan population fled northward. There is no trace of war, plague, or famine to account for the move. Outstanding astronomers, Mayans calendared the year by constructing a central pyramid with 365 steps. They also developed a formula to predict eclipses without ever knowing about the revolution of the Earth, Moon, and Sun. There is no way of telling how they discovered these secrets, but von Daniken believes that some ancient astronaut may have told them of the solar system in which they lived. A stone relief portrays a god in a helmet with projections resembling antennae. The Mayans named their patron Kukulkan. In every 6,000 years, the Mayan calendar is off by only one day. Such was the gift of Kukulkan. Kukulkan supposedly came from the stars and returned to them, leaving the Mayans to build observatories to search the heavens for him. Of all the mysteries at Tiwanaku, none loomed quite as large as a monolithic archway called the Gate of the Sun. Cut from a single block of andesite, it weighs at least 10 tons. Beyond the twin questions of how it got here and how it was cut by people who did not possess metal tools, is the mystery of the strange creatures that run across its face. For the carefully chiseled lines depict birds that never flew in the skies above the earth. The most arresting features are the eyes, which are composed of still another creature, figures barely discernible, but nonetheless familiar to us as space-helmeted astronauts. No less mysterious are the eyes of the god atop the arch. 2 tears are deeply etched into his cheeks, and no one can say why the sun god of Tiwanaku weeps. So it stands, a brooding, mysterious ruin, atop a desolate mountain plateau 13,000 feet in the air. Was it built by those who came to make a new home of planet Earth? "300 miles away, on another plane, lie the strange lines of Nazca. Nazca may have been a landing field, a base camp from which ancient astronauts took off to explore the planet they had found. Perhaps, but the lines at Nazca, which take shape only when viewed from the air, might have another function, one directly related to space and suborbital travel. For these lines, radiating in all directions, look not unlike the route maps of a modern-day airline. Do they point the way to other outposts on the Earth? A route map for the Earth's original colonists? If followed, where will they lead? One line pointing east leads to a remarkable, unexplained artifact, 300 miles away. No one can say when the great stone of Saiwiti was carved, nor do we know what tools were used, but here it stands. Various interpretations have called it a sacrificial altar, a city plan, a map of the universe, and a model of colonial outposts on Earth, complete even to the agricultural terraces that make farming possible in the mountains. The terraces in the Peruvian Andes, for example, have been in continuous use for centuries. They reach upwards to the ruins of an ancient city, complete with temple, astronomical observatory, and a fortress to guard the crops. Did the founding colonists design these mountain stepping stones for settling the planet? Sacsayhuaman is a megalithic fortress presumably built by the Inca. The snake marks a stone so heavily magnetized it will cause a compass needle to spin wildly. Legend says the Inca kings received a special power from this stone. With it, their empire spread from the Pacific coast to the Amazon jungle, leaving a record of accomplishment wrapped in enigma.
What is the meaning of these strange markings? As we flew over the nearby plains of Nazca, in the Peruvian Andes, Mr. Lobo looked down and sketched the bizarre forms that are only visible from the air. Many resemble crop circle designs and other mysterious symbols that have appeared without explanation all over the world. A cowboy frying an egg. A Tootsie Roll Pop. Elvira's neckline. Gwyneth Paltrow pregnant. Michael Moore lifting weights. Two snakes fighting over an egg. Target now accepts MasterCard. Was this the work of ancient astronauts, or is this just more Titicaca? You decide. Cinema Insomnia will be back.
Visitors from outer space!
We come in peace to bring you terrific tasting space dust sizzling candy.
Space dust?
Wait till you experience the sizzle of galactic grape, orbiting orange, and cosmic cherry flavors.
Wow, the cherry tastes delicious!
I'm sizzling great!
Space dust sizzling candy. In your mouth, it's out of this world.
Far out!
Space Dust, available in outer space or your local store.
Hi, I'm Eddie Spaghetti, and I'm here to tell you that Here Lies has arrived to OSI 74. So prepare yourselves for nostalgia, a few laughs, and who knows, maybe you'll learn a thing or two. Yep, we're going there. Here Lies, Fridays on OSI 74.
Hey there, Frenzy Undead. Come get your freak out with me, Freak Show, and Mistress Malicious, and Sergeant Drizzlepuss on Bordello of Horror on OSI 74. Action! Enjoy 30-minute episodes of Bordello of Horror as part of Trash Night on OSI 74.
Love is kind, love is thoughtful, love is even forgiving when others hurt us.
I get it. Like God forgives us when we hurt him.
This is J.C. Webster III, God's 10-star general, in the war against media pornography. Why are you watching this film on OSI 74?
creature's going to get you tonight.
What is that? White House is coming out live.
My fellow Americans, this is a momentous occasion. It is profoundly moving to know there is intelligent life out there. Alien life. And our world will never feel quite the same again. Once you believe.
Martians, please come to Earth, please.
Once you rise above fear.
Annihilate! Kill!
Let's not be too rash. Then you'll be invited.
Hi there. Are you interested in the White House?
To meet with a new people.
It's so perfect that it's happening at the beginning of the new millennium.
More powerful than the might of America.
I'll tell you one thing, they ain't getting a TV.
More advanced than the brains of Britain.
Ladies and gentlemen, this could be a cultural misunderstanding.
But be prepared for a few changes to what we know and love.
You're Tom Jones, right? It ain't unusual.
As we must learn to dance.
Girls, get out!
To a new tune. Jack Nicholson. Whoa. Why can't we all just get along? Glenn Close.
Kick the crap out of them.
Pierce Brosnan.
What, in your view, are some of the things that the Martians can teach us, Professor?
Quite a lot about Mars, I expect, Natalie.
That means
Danny DeVito.
You want to conquer the world? You're gonna need lawyers, right?
And Annette Bening.
I think they've come to save us.
From director Tim Burton.
Hey, we all make mistakes, Mr. President.
Mars attacks. Not anymore. We're going to take charge of this thing.
Yes, it's black, rectangular. It's a briefcase, really. Valuables? No. There were some old films inside, but I wouldn't classify them as valuable. Could you hold on a second, please? It appears Mr. Lobo's luggage has disappeared somewhere between here and South Florida and the Bermuda Triangle. Has been a long journey, hasn't it, folks? A long, some might say boring journey. So long, in fact, that I'm going to have to ask you to take the Insomniacs oath to remind you of your duty. Please assume the position and repeat after me. I, as initiated member of the Sleepless Nights of Insomnia, do solemnly swear to watch the movie, the whole movie, and nothing but the movie, so help me Mr. Lobo. You may stand down. And now let's really put your loyalty to the test by returning to our film, In Search of Ancient Astronauts. Hello, you still there?
If a rocket had crossed the reaches of open space and brought to Earth the seeds of life, then it is possible that the seed of man also traveled here, directed by intelligence from another planet. Did the primitive Peruvians also know of these origins? If they did, it would explain why they carved fertility symbols from only one material: meteorites. For thousands of years, Neanderthal was the most advanced primate on Earth and a logical ancestor of man. But Neanderthal suddenly disappeared 35,000 years ago, and a new presence appeared on Earth: Cro-Magnon. So different is he from Neanderthal, most scientists cannot account for his presence. They know only that suddenly these creatures began to walk the Earth. We are their descendants. But the question remains: are they descended from the stars? Just after the close of World War II in December 1945, 5 Navy fighter planes vanished without a trace, leaving a mystery that remains unanswered today. Their disappearance has been the subject of a 25-year investigation by magazine reporter Art Ford.
Well, a routine naval air patrol took off from the Fort Lauderdale Naval Air Station. 5 planes, 14 crew members, 5 different radios. After the planes were in the air a few hours, they vanished. 5 radios did not give a coherent reason why they vanished. The men were never seen again. No wreckage of the planes was ever found. There was no radio contact after they were lost. A search plane went up after them with 13 men aboard, with every bit of equipment necessary to find them. It vanished within 7 minutes. Particularly significant in the case of the missing planes was the radio transmission report that remains in the record in the archives in Washington. Lieutenant Robert F. Cox was flying out to try to find Flight 19. He said on the radio, "What is your present altitude? I will fly south to meet you." And Taylor, who commanded Flight 19, replied, "Don't come after me." He was warning his fellow flyers who were trying to rescue the plane, which they thought was lost, and he said, "They look like they're from outer space. Don't come after me."
More than 100 ships and airplanes have been lost in the Bermuda Triangle, taking with them 1,000 lives. There is no explanation for the disappearances that have taken place in clear weather and calm seas. But now we have one more question. Is this the corridor to outer space? Did the first colonists plant a homing device, a navigational aid, under these waters? A beacon for spacecraft to home in on that somehow interferes with our own navigational devices? 35 feet underwater and 1,000 yards off the northern shore of the island of Bimini in the Caribbean, there is another wall. There's absolutely no indication of who might have built it, but the huge blocks bear a striking resemblance to the masonry of the Incas. Some scientists claim it is a natural formation and not a wall at all. But if ocean currents cut the stones in the sea bottom, did they also cut them at right angles to each other? The Bimini Wall is but one of many mysteries in the Caribbean region known as the Bermuda Triangle. Here, ships and planes vanish under circumstances that defy all logical explanation. An early Greek text spoke of an astronomical clock mounted inside the tower. But how did it work? What did it look like? No one could say until a Greek sponge diver found these clockwork gears in the sea. Scientists estimated the gears had been built about 80 BC. Moreover, they determined that these plates and dials had been part of an extremely complex piece of machinery that had in fact been mounted in the Tower of the Winds. Finally, they concluded that it was an astronomical computer used to calculate the motions of the stars and planets. A stone circle crowned Sacsayhuaman. It may have been an astronomical calendar. No one knows precisely how it was used, but alternately, sun and shadow fill the boxes that compose its rings. The Inca called this the hitching post of the sun. With it, they marked the seasons, but it also had a religious purpose. It served to tie the Inca directly with the stars from which they claimed descent, and perhaps their claim was also made for all mankind. The world is a storehouse, an archive of unexplained phenomena. Gigantic creations, in effigy of what? To appease or acclaim whom? Early stone carvers left silent records for their descendants, to tell us something, but not quite enough. Statues modeled after strange beings, statements to the scope of their awesome powers. legend surrounds their origin. Strange stories of gods who appeared riding across the skies in flaming chariots of light. Whole civilizations were structured around these gods. Civilizations which at one time flourished and then mysteriously disappeared. Only stone relics survive to give mute testimony to their time. Their true history has been the cause of much scientific inquiry and romantic speculation.
This is Mr. Lobo, and I'm back here in California. I had to track down my luggage. In fact, here's my briefcase. So now we can continue our search for ancient astronauts. Now, on the way here, on the flight, I drew another one of those symbols that are only visible from the air. Now, this one looks like a caveman holding his club. Now, I must warn you, it's a little blue. So, oh, wait a second. What is that? It's a bogey, or unidentified flying object. Klaatu Barada Nikto. Over here. Hey, spaceman.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a flying saucer.
Hey gang, Chaz from OSI 74, and let me tell you, this new shirt will fit you to a T. This is for the house, the car, or the boat, or the RV. The OSI 74 shirt holds practically 1,000,000 times its own weight in soup. It even makes the soup look good. You wash it in the washing machine. Made in Nicaragua. Nothing bad ever came from Nicaragua. Use one as a bath mat. Use it as a towel. Navy SEALs use it as a towel. Look at this. Probably dry. The OSI 74T. Size small through extra large. Only $19.99 plus shipping and handling. But if you add $2.50 to your order, you can get a 2XL and larger size OSI 74 t-shirts. My face hurts, and I don't want to do this anymore. Here's how you order.
Visit our shop at osi74.com or call the number on your screen. Made in Nicaragua. Beware of imitators. This is a limited time offer. Go to osi74.com.
Everything Tim does, he does it for you. Watch Something Suave Theater with your host, Tim Caldwell. Part of OSI 74's Trash Night. Sometimes we find light in the darkest of places on OSI 74.
Mercury is on OSI 74.
Space, the final frontier. These are the adventures of Legoland Space. Its unending mission to explore the depths of imagination to seek out brave new worlds of excitement, to boldly go where no child has gone before. Each set sold separately.
Where am I? There's something familiar about this place. Huh.
Greetings. I am Mr. Lobo, designated ambassador to the Earth and patron saint of insomniacs. Welcome to our solar system. Oh, that's nice. Lovely. That's, I don't mean to be rude, but I was told never to accept gifts from strangers. I hope you understand. What are you doing? I hope you're just taking my temperature.
Istanbul, the city on the Golden Horn. Here stands the Palace of Topkapi. A curious set of maps are kept here, which were found in the Orient by the Turkish Admiral Piri Reis. The oldest of these maps dates back to approximately the 1st century AD. They are most likely copies of still earlier maps. As astronauts high above Cairo, we would view the Earth in the configuration seen on the old maps. The outlines of the modern maps are the same as the pattern visible on the Piri Reis charts. Another map in the collection shows a region which is still largely unexplored, the Antarctic. The existence of Antarctica as a continent was only established in the 19th century, and it wasn't even explored until 1911 by a Norwegian, Roald Amundsen. The map dates from 1532, a time when the techniques and basic equipment were unavailable to determine longitude. The question lingers: what was the source of information? The world's first great cities might have been constructed, according to von Daniken, under the supervision of the same being who offered instruction for making the maps of Piri Reis. Teotihuacan lies on a broad, flat plain curtained by mountains in central Mexico. It was once the center of the highly advanced Aztec Empire. When the Spaniards arrived in the early 16th century, they found an established society of artisans and intellectuals. The name Teotihuacan means where the gods reside, and the city of the gods is dominated by the Pyramid of the Sun. It is 216 feet high and forms a small mountain weighing 2.5 million tons. The Aztecs worshipped the sun as the source of all life. They offered human sacrifices to the sun god atop stone pyramids marked with hieroglyphics, vague symbols relating the history of an ancient people. Archaeology seeks answers to questions about man's past by digging through what he has left behind. Here they uncovered a chain of riddles which stretches across the expanse of modern Mexico. A mile to the south is the temple of Quetzalcoatl. Legend tells us that he was a light-skinned, bearded man who came from the stars. Supposedly, he taught men law, the arts, and the cultivation of corn. The head of a great feathered serpent represents the god Quetzalcoatl. When Quetzalcoatl finished his mission on Earth, he departed to his native star, promising to come back someday. It is a pervasive part of mythology that gods fly to the stars with a pledge to return. The strain runs through all folklore. The ruins of the deserted city of Tula rest about 20 miles from Teotihuacan. It was one of the cities supposedly linked in legend to a ladder hung in the sky. Monumental sculptures stand as silent watch over the remains, guardians of an eternal mystery. They appear to be warriors, dressed alike, wearing unusual helmets. They carry some sort of box-like unit on their chests. Perhaps they are weapons or communications equipment. Unrecognizable tools or controls are clasped in their hands.
You're not dreaming. You're watching cinema. Insomnia. I'm not quite sure how I got here. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Lobo's not feeling very well. Actually, it appears that all 9 doors to Mr. Lobo's body are a little raw. It's the last time I lapsed consciousness in that neck of the woods, I tell you that. Oh, but it does appear that Mr. Lobo has made himself $20. Intermission time already? Well then, why don't you get yourself a snack while Mr. Lobo gets himself some counseling. We'll meet back here at the top of the hour. Fine. Oh.
Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Delicious things to eat.
The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
This is Mr. Lobo of TV's Cinema Insomnia, and I'm here with one of the biggest stars of science fiction, Richard Hatch from Battlestar Galactica, who was the character Apollo. Did you find that your enormous height made it difficult? Did they dig a trench so you could work with the other actors?
Lauren Green and I were basically the same height. We're both about 6'4". Dirk is about 5'3". Herb Jefferson is about 5'2". We had a bunch of shrimps on the show. It was very challenging for me. I mean, some people are height challenged. They were small challenged. And we thought about using apple boxes, but their ego got in the way and they refused to do that. So I had to walk around stooping all the time. Like I could stoop like this. See, I'm really good at stooping.
Right, I see that.
I'm stooping and now we look like we're both the same size.
You know, I always thought you had scoliosis. So it's good to know that you were just hunched over all the time.
No, there's a lot of moisture in space.
Were those jackets and helmets were really heavy, I thought maybe. And you were just hunched over.
So you're not kidding. Actually, those jackets were heavy and those helmets were heavy. We had to have chiropractors on the set all the time, a massage therapist in order to unfurl the spine.
And the electrician to keep the lights going.
Exactly.
Inside.
Well, you know about all those things. You must have watched the show.
I did. I was a big fan of the program. In fact, my dad watched 60 Minutes.
That's a sad statement on your life.
I know.
I was a big fan
of it is.
Why don't you do something with your life? Go to school, get an education, go out in the world and become somebody.
You're right.
I mean, you've turned into a sci-fi fan. What is that? Where's that going to lead you 20 years from now? It's going to take all your money. You're going to buy toys, games, CD-ROM games. You're going to waste all that money. You're going to end up with nothing but this suit that you got, this horrible suit, by the way.
Well, you know, the requirements to host a horror movie program.
Yes. This is such a good guy. I am going to take my apple boxes away, and now you're going to see the real height. This guy is 5'6", and I'm 5'2". See, the truth is the truth.
Yes, the truth comes out.
All right, now here we are. All right. I do my best with this guy. I'm trying to make him look good, but nothing I'm doing is working.
I'm trying to make you look good. So we're both failing.
That's impossible.
So what I was going to say is, you're a handsome guy. You're
Are you coming on to me?
No, I'm not.
You just never know where it's going to come from.
I'm a handsome guy. No, but you're a handsome guy,
And you're, you know, you're a fine actor, personable.
Thank you.
I always thought of you as like a poor man's Tim Matheson. Now, is there?
Now do you think that's a compliment? I happen to think that today, I mean, on TV, you have movie stars doing TV shows. You have movie stars doing movies on TV because movies that they won't greenlight for theatrical ventures, which may not be commercial enough, they will do for TV, and that you actually have sometimes better scripts being done and better roles for actors on television as opposed to movies. And you have many movie actors who choose to do television, and there's no longer an onus on doing television. So television now is a place for everything. The very best is on television, and the very worst is on television. So,
like my show, for example.
Well, I happen to think that your show is, you know, pretty damn. I shouldn't say pretty damn. It's pretty damn. Whatever that means.
Pretty damn.
It's pretty
All
damn.
right, that's what the kids are saying now.
I can't get out of this!
It wasn't a dream.
There's a group that meets.
Group?
People who've seen the same sort of things you have.
Which group of aliens abducted you?
Bob, we are not victims. We are participants.
I don't recall them being human.
I've got to go! My baby's screaming!
You people, you sit there, you're in for one big surprise.
Love's a big game hunter who held a poisoned dart. I was game and you took aim and struck me through my heart. Now I'm trapped in the web of love. Trapped in the web of love. Trapped, I'm trapped. Trapped in the web of love. Love's a big witch doctor who stirred a brew for me. I took sips from your sweet lips and now I can't get free. 'Cause I'm trapped in the web of love. Trapped in the web of love. I'm just trapped. Trapped in the web of love. Like a bird in a cage, flapping his wings in a rage. I can't fly away. Clip my wings and I've got to stay. Love's a big black cobra that reared its ugly head. I got hung with honey tongue, wish that I were dead. Now I'm trapped in the web of love. Trapped in the web of love. Trapped, I'm trapped. Trapped in the web of love.
I don't know, Miss Mittens. I got a bad feeling about this character. Really? You think they've got the stuff? You think they've got the metal? I mean, you think they... Oh. Hi. Greetings, Insomniac. Why don't you let yourself in and shut the door behind you? Eyes front. I have to discuss something very important. We know you're a true blues Insomniac. Miss Mittens and I have been going over your files. But are you ready? Are you ready to step it up? To go the distance? Well, if you're ready to level up, you might be ready to become one of us. One of the sleepless nights of insomnia. You'll get one of these certificates of your very own that proves you're better than other people. Authenticated by Mr. Lobo. You'll also get a signed 8x10 for your sitting room or den. You'll still get the handy 4x6 of Mr. Lobo, also autographed, for your private time. The rare and elusive Cinema Insomnia Fan Club badge, only available through this offer. You'll also get this plastic decoder card. You'll finally get to decipher all the top secret messages at the end of our program. Mr. Lobo will send you a personal message welcoming you to the club on a screen-used blue card. And whatever random goodies we have floating around the studio will drop in too just for joining. Think it over, and when you're done thinking, join us and become a sleepless night of insomnia. You can find more information at cinemainsomnia.com or our shop at osi74.com. Or, if you're really ambitious, you can go to our Patreon account, patreon.com/cinemainsomnia, and join us at the fantastic extra credit tier and get this fan club kit plus an associate producer credit in the program. You may stand down.
Whoever was the guy when you were 8 years old is the guy forever. And whenever you see a new horror host, that's the first thing that you think of, is whoever that guy was in that chair when you were 8 years old.
Nationally, is there a definitive first horror show host? Is it possibly approved?
If we deal with television, we have Vampira, 1954.
It's the very first.
I don't know if anybody actually predates her, but she seems to be the one who continues to hold that record. Unless someone knows of some obscure television personality who emulated some elements of a so-called horror host.
The thing about...
And the important thing about Vampiro, 38, 21, 35.
C'est si bon de partir n'importe où, bras dessous, en chantant des chansons. C'est si bon de se dire des mots doux, des petits riens du tout, mais qui en disent long. Every word, every sigh, every kiss, dear, leads to only one thought, and it's this, dear. It's so good, nothing else can replace just your slightest embrace. And if you only would be my own for the rest of my days, I will whisper this phrase, my darling, c'est si bon, si bon, si bon, si bon, si bon. It's so good.
You're not dreaming. This is one of Mr. Lobo's favorite things in the whole world. This is a rocking chair. Mr. Lobo has always had a rocking chair on the show. This is not the first rocking chair we've used on Cinema Insomnia. The first one was brown, actually. But my hero, Bob Wilkins, on Creature Features, when he hosted that program, he had a yellow rocking chair. And when I got to know Bob after I started doing my show, he wanted people to think that I had his chair. When Bob Wilkins passed in 2009, I felt like it would be a nice tribute to him to have a yellow rocking chair from that point forward. And we did, many episodes with this chair. Probably almost all the shows we shot at Zombie TV with the yellow rocking chair. We did a special called the Non-Stop Movie Party, Zombies, I believe, with this chair. This has been to Blobfest, it's been to Monster Bash, so it's been at live events, it's been on your TV. This is, like I said, not our only rocking chair. Don't worry, we have another one we can use to make new shows. But this is one used by Mr. Lobo. And if that means something to you, you can own this chair. If you jump on our Heir to the Chair tier, it's $1,000 and you gotta either pick it up or arrange for it to be shipped. But you can have a piece of Cinema Insomnia history in your home that rocks.
Yes, sir. May I help you?
I'd like 2 of those, please.
Hot dogs? Yes, sir.
And 3 of those. And 1 of those. And 5 bars of these. And a cup of that nice hot liquid.
Coffee. Coming right up.
Oh, and 2 bags of those peculiar white puffy material.
You mean our crunchy popcorn? Shall I wrap that for you, sir?
Oh, that's all right. My saucer's just outside.
They come from miles to enjoy our intermission.
of rabbit ears, a pair of rabbit tail, and rabbit feet. That way they avoid the copyright.
We have to find out a little bit about Anthony Daniels before the Golden Robot, okay? What, you actually studied law and then business management before you got into drama.
Yes, I had very worried parents who, you know, I was always sort of doing little plays and acting and things, and they kept sort of stamping on me to stop me doing it, but they didn't succeed. They succeeded in stopping me doing it for a number of years, but after a while I went home one day and said, "You're not going to like this, but I'm going to go to drama school and become an actor."
Uh-huh. And they couldn't see where the paycheck was going to come from.
Exactly, yes. My father ran a factory, you know, and they had little bags of things at the end of the day, and you don't get that as an actor.
Now, one of your first roles was you played a 65-year-old man on the stage. So again, Anthony Daniels in makeup.
Right, yes. Mind you, I mean, with jet lag today, I could almost play the show again, right? Yes. The difficulty was that halfway through that thing, I had to appear as a kind of 16-year-old, so I had to take it all off halfway through and then put it on for the end of the play. But the next play I did, I aged from 14 to 21, and then back to my own son, who was 16.
Now, in the, well, I guess it's been in the mid-70s, you were a real, what we call trooper with the Young Vic.
Oh, yes, yes.
And then a lot of BBC radio?
Yes, I started off, I won a scholarship, first of all, when I left drama school to do radio work, which is very big in England. We have a big sort of...
is it sort of the soap opera thing, or dramas?
Oh, no, sort of proper drama. I mean, anything from full-length Shakespeare play to half-hour comedy.
Like radio used to be here.
Yes, it's a shame you don't have it. I think it'll come back, because it's a great medium.
Mm-hmm. Where along the line did this Star Wars thing happen?
Well, I suppose, sorry, I keep kicking you. It happened, I was appearing in the West End as Guildenstern, in Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are Dead. Mm-hmm. And one day my agent said, go and meet George Lucas, who I said, because I didn't know about films in those days, you know. And she explained, and I didn't want to go because she said it's part of a robot. So I said, you're mad, I don't play robots. I may wear a false beard occasionally, but I wear clothes. And she persuaded me to meet George, thank goodness.
Now, this was in England?
In England, in London, yes. So I went to meet him, and, you know, you've got to like him, haven't you? It's very exciting.
I think everyone likes George Lucas.
I was warned he was very shy, and so that made me a bit nervous, because and you've got to do all the work.
But after you said you read the script, what, 4 or 5 times?
5 times, didn't understand a word. I mean,
it must have been
all
a
those words,
script
Dianoga, what's a Dianoga? And the only thing I did get out of reading it 5 times was that the part that George thought I might do was wonderful. He happened to be made of metal, but he was a human being with a huge heart and soul and personality, and a very likable person.
You know, there was another Englishman many years ago, Boris Karloff, who accepted a role that a lot of people turned down, the Frankenstein monster, because after reading the script, a lot of famous people, like Bela Lugosi, turned it down because it had no speaking parts, relatively few, and the makeup, you couldn't be seen. Was this a problem with you? I mean...
No, people say, you know, in the film, why don't you take the mask off at one point? And, you know, they're crazy, they don't understand.
Well, of course we can't do that, I
No,
understand.
right, but people do say that. Now, I took the part on the complete understanding that in no way was I going to be seen. What I didn't know at the time was that the film company would be worried that to say there was a human being inside would, they felt, ruin people's interest in the character and in the film, and would stop their suspension of disbelief, if I got that the right way around. And fortunately now they've realized that people actually don't mind knowing that I'm inside, so you know, I tend to be included a little more now.
How about today now? I don't know, countless millions have seen this movie. You've probably seen this movie more than any other movie in the history of cinema. You were on the Academy Awards, where again, all over the world you were seen. And yet, very few have seen you as the real Tony Daniels. Does that bother you a little bit, or?
It bothers me in some ways. And one, as I said, there was no secret ever made that I wasn't going to have my face in the film. That would be ridiculous.
But no one thought the film would have that kind of response.
Certainly not. But again, nobody, at least of all me, thought that 3PO would become popular in the way that he has, I think. And so the whole thing is a surprise. And I've explained the attitude of the film company, which they have now realized that it isn't, in fact, necessary to keep it a secret. So I feel slightly better about that. But in the past, it has been rather like, what should we say, writing a most wonderful novel, and the publisher forgets to put your name on the outside of it. Never say, what a wonderful novel. Wonder who wrote that. There's a natural thing when you're in any kind of business, and certainly in acting, where, one job leads to another, you gradually, of course, will...
You want to be recognized, I think.
Well, it's part of the professional system, shall we say. But I don't resent it. I mean, I can't understand why it's happened.
Can you tell us a little bit about this fellow here? Now,
yes, right.
What was the most difficult thing for you to overcome?
First of all, most people think 3PO is very tall. Well, I'm 5'7", and this is a slightly smaller version. But he's about that much taller than me, see?
I see.
And...
so it's a tight fit.
It was absolutely skin tight. I mean, more than skin tight. It wore in after a while. I mean, I wore in. It didn't. I kind of got smaller. But briefly, fiberglass. The feet are plastic. That's plastic. The neck is plastic. Aluminium, sheet steel. I mean, they were so heavy I couldn't lift them at one point. And rubber. And I see through these little black holes here,
so you
but I have absolute tunnel vision so that I could see like that, but I couldn't see you unless I went like that, which gets a little confusing. Also, people couldn't look me in the eye, so they would act to my forehead or my ear, and they would sort of talk to me like that, and sort of search around for my eyes, saying, "You all right, Tony?" And then they would, gradually their faces would get a bit sort of blank and go away.
So actually you probably couldn't bend down to see Kenny Baker.
A lot of the time I can't see R2-D2, no. A lot of the time, obviously Kenny Baker wasn't there. Most of the time it's a...
How about in some of the areas it was extremely warm on the desert, must have been?
It was extremely cold on the desert.
Oh, cold?
Because if you imagine this as being practically a mirror surface...
Oh, I see.
It reflects all the heat. But the very cold air in Tunisia sort of got in there, and there, and there, and down there. And I was shuddering with cold. And in the studio, it made up for it, because I really was a bit like a frankfurter.
An oven.
Been boiled, yeah.
What about... how many times would you have to take it off and put it on during a shooting day?
Well, the first day I wore it all day, so it meant that I can't actually touch my face. So I was eating lunch like this, and it was like a real Tantalus situation. I couldn't actually touch my mouth. I was nearly in tears the first day because it hurt so much. After that, I said, "I'm sorry, I have to take it off at lunchtime."
I read stories that after a while, some of the crew forgot that you were a human. They didn't serve you lunch.
Absolutely, they would blow the whistle for lunch. Wham! Everybody would be over there having lunch, and I'd be sort of standing there, kind of waddling. Also, in the studio, I had a chair with Anthony Daniels written across the back. I mean, like in films.
Right.
I loved it.
Sure.
And it disappeared after a little while because I couldn't sit down. So I said, "Could you find the chair?" And they said, "Well, it's really strange because that geezer Anthony Daniels never turned up, so we give his chair away." But they didn't know who I was at all.
What has this character done in the movie Star Wars for your career? Is it too early to tell, or?
Yes, it in fact has done nothing for my career at all, because most people don't associate me with it. And right now I'm appearing in Johannesburg in an American play, playing an American, which is kind of the opposite of him.
Yes.
And that has nothing to do with Star Wars, because I'm not normally associated with it.
Any thoughts about the sequel, if indeed you are offered the old uniform again?
Well, I don't know what they think about 3PS. I don't know whether he will be in a sequel.
Oh, it's got to be.
I have to ask him, I think. I don't think he was too happy filming. I think he was rather glad when it was all over.
One last question about the robots. You had a remarkable rapport with R2-D2, and they've compared it to all the great comedy teams, Abbott, Costello, and Laurel and Hardy.
Very flattering.
Did you try to work out some sort of, or did it just come naturally?
Well, one thing that worries me about actors is they get a script, and it's really easy because all the words are written down. You can change some of them. But most of it does actually happen after you read it and read it and read it. It begins to happen by a kind of osmosis. So things happen naturally. You don't think how you should react at that moment. You react because you're playing him.
Right.
Now, R2 arrives, and the trouble was, acting with R2 was like acting with a traffic bollard, right? Because he never made a sound, he never moved properly, he never did anything right, and there was no reaction ever.
Yes.
So I was acting, as it were, with a traffic bollard, and that was slightly hard. You know, I didn't exactly go out and stand in the middle of the road and practice with the bollards, but it came down to that sort of thing. And when I saw them, the voice dubbed on, I was amazed, you know, because suddenly there was R2 acting away, and I loved it. Yes.
Well, on behalf of all the fans in the western states here, and particularly in Northern California, here is our little Academy Award Oscar for you.
That's very nice.
And I hope that you reconsider, or I hope that the powers that be again have Anthony Daniels in that suit again, because you did a remarkable job. And I hope that we see the real Anthony Daniels in many more screen roles, because you're a good-looking guy and a very talented actor.
Thank you very much indeed.
Okay.
Cinema Insomnia now returns you to our feature presentation. You're not dreaming, you're still watching Cinema Insomnia. I'm Mr. Lobo. Watch the skies. Keep watching the skies. When he wasn't perfecting comfortable leotards for exercise and dance, Erich von Däniken wrote a book about how centuries ago visitors from space helped advance humankind's knowledge. It was called Chariots of the Gods. They made a film about it. It was called Chariots of the Gods. We couldn't get it. But tonight, for your edification, Cinema Insomnia brings you the third best thing. The creator of The Twilight Zone, Rod Serling, takes us on a delightfully blasphemous journey exploring enigmas with attitude. In Search of Ancient Astronauts is the American TV version of Chariots of the Gods. And it's in color. Let's watch.
Writer and sociologist Eric Hoffer suggests a reason for our return to space. He wrote, "I always felt that man is a stranger on this planet, a total stranger. I always played with the fancy, maybe a contagion from outer space is the seed of man. Hence our prior occupation with heaven, with the sky, with the stars, the gods, somewhere out there in outer space. It is a kind of homing impulse. We are drawn to where we came from." In the 7th decade of the 20th century, the landscape of the moon became familiar. Man went to the moon on his first mission in search of life. With him, he had to take his own life support system. He was encased in a portable environment, susceptible to deadly radiation. If space travelers from another planet were to visit Earth, they too might find the environment hostile, if not deadly. They too would have to travel as self-contained units. But whatever their basic forms, in appearance they may have resembled modern astronauts. On a rocky ledge in the Sahara Desert is a drawing estimated to have been painted there over 15,000 years ago. If not an astronaut, then what is this floating apparition? Henri Loti, the early French archaeologist, discovered the image of the 19-foot giant and called him the great god Mars. On the African continent in the bushlands of southern Rhodesia are the ruins of Zimbabwe, meaning the heart of the lion. It is constructed of brick-shaped granite rocks, all exactly alike as if produced in a factory. 20,000 tons of identical building stones. They were laid to a height of over 30 feet to form walls which have stood for thousands of years. What masons trimmed and piled these stones with such astonishing perfection? Were they the ancestors of bushmen whose straw huts surround the ruins, or members of a visiting group of master builders? The mystery carried Von Daniken back to the Valley of the Kings in Egypt near Luxor. The valley was another royal burial ground of the pharaohs, the god kings. Not pyramids of stone, but a small mountain range converted to the use of the dead. The entrances were hidden, little more than windows into the rock, with steep stairs and winding passageways leading to the tomb of the 9-year-old pharaoh god Tutankhamun. The crypt is hollowed directly out of stone, and incredibly intricate murals decorate the walls and ceilings. Archaeologists have carefully studied the markings and meanings, but Von Daniken points out one interesting fact. They could not have been painted by firelight. The ceilings show no trace of soot, and so no torches or oil lamps were used. What then was the light source? Markings found in this and other tombs are portraits of the god Osiris. Osiris played an important role in Egyptian religious belief. After giving knowledge to the world, he left the earth and exists in the heavens. Each dead pharaoh, the kings of earth, joined the spirit of Osiris in the heavens. Their mummified remains were prepared for the journey. In the golden armor casing, whom were they imitating? Outside the cave crypt stand the remains of the ancient mortuary, the temple of Amenhotep III. Here the Egyptian priests preserve the remains of their rulers. We will never know the origins of the science of mummification. Perhaps it was an imitation of a physical conservation method used by extraterrestrial visitors. The secrets died along with the mortuary during the great earthquake in the year 27 BC. Some distance away, guarding the entrance to this temple of the dead, rests the Memnon Colossi, 2,000 years old, 52 feet high, each weighing over 1,000 tons. It is difficult for us to imagine them being moved from the distant quarries by manpower alone. And so the sentinels of the temple evoke images of a time when the activity inside was directed by godlike visitors who came as masters to earth.
Cinema Insomnia will be back with more Zick Reserve Knock. Wait a second. This isn't my black void. Still aboard the spaceship. Got to get out of here.
Every spaceman knows you just gotta have Hostess Twinkies along. Even space girls know it. You get a big delight in every bite. Delicious Hostess cream-filled Twinkies taste out of this world. With luscious, creamy white filling inside, soft golden sponge cake outside. You get a big delight in every bite. Yep, smart spacemen always have plenty of good tasting Twinkies along, wherever they go. Hostess Twinkies.
All systems go.
The Custom Monsters are back. Mummy Daddy and his pals return with more happening hipster hijinks. kicking cartoons,
cutting-edge tunes,
and the cream of custom culture. Saturday mornings on OSI.
We have got Godzilla 60th anniversary figure. And the Godzilla from GMK. These are made by Albatross in Japan. Amazing toy company, man. Look at the detail on this, man. Look at the fins on the back, man. Look at that. Look at that. Now that is cool, man. Albatross, Japan. They make the best toys in the world.
Well, we're all out of orange-flavored Tang.
Golly, the grape flavor's gone too.
Listen, why don't I go to the earth and get some more?
Yeah?
I could trade them some rocks.
Rocks? For an instant breakfast drink with more vitamin C than orange juice?
Sure. I'll be right back.
What is vitamin C anyway?
Well, I'm back.
He got both orange and grape flavored Tang.
For a bag of rocks.
Uh-huh.
Sometimes I wonder if there's intelligent life on that planet.
Mr. Lobo is here in the former center of the Aztec Empire. These ruins were actually once part of a huge device that was used to measure time. It was a gift to the Aztecs by the bird-like god Kukulkan. So this is where the world's first cuckoo clock was made, and not Switzerland after all. And if you believe that, boy, does Mr. Lobo have the movie for you. It's called In Search of Ancient Astronauts. Or is it?
Guarding the headwaters of the Amazon River are the ruins of Machu Picchu, an outpost of Peruvian Inca society. Some archaeologists suggest that the Incas found they could not extend their empire into the treacherous Amazon jungle. And so, here they stopped, and here they died. There is a curious folk legend surrounding the origin of this fortress. It is said to have been built by a divine race of light-skinned, auburn-haired descendants of the god Viracochus, who arrived in a flaming chariot. Nothing remains of these supposed people, but the legend goes on to say that they abandoned their citadel and returned to the skies. They left only the ruins of their mountaintop city for us to wonder at. In the 20th century, we accept the existence of spacecraft. What event could possibly have inspired this 14,000-year-old drawing of a spaceship landing on the Earth? On a rocky plain in the Andes called Toro Muerto, hundreds of petroglyphs depict the same scene. Are ancient figures with spacesuit-like costumes the record of beings actually encountered? And where did the Indians of Colombia find models for these golden helmeted figures sculpted more than 1,000 years ago? The same people molded these golden objects, which look startlingly like a modern delta-wing jet fighter plane. Could flight have played a role in the construction of this rocky fortress in Peru? Called Ollantaytambo, it spans a pass through the mountains that link the jungle with the sea. The Inca builders were accomplished stonemasons who built a chain of fortresses across the Andes. Nowhere is there an explanation for the technology used to carry enormous pink slabs, each one more than 60 tons, from this mountain where they were quarried, across the river and valley, and then 10,000 feet up the face of Ollantaytambo. Could it be explained by a force known in ancient India as Sidley? Cuzco, once the capital of the Inca Empire, is a mixture of Spanish and Inca architecture. The walls of this street contain a stone that has 12 angles cut within it. So tightly do the stones fit that no mortar was ever used to join them together, and not even a knife blade can be slipped between the joints. The wall once formed a part of an Inca temple of the sun. The Spanish conquistadors used the walls built by the Inca as the foundation of a church. In 1950, an earthquake shattered Cuzco, virtually destroying the church. Today, the people of Cuzco are still rebuilding the church atop the ancient earthquake-proof structure. The original walls, however, remain standing. Again, the question arises, did the Inca receive this building technology from the original colonists? The strangely knotted strings are called quipu. No one today can read them. But when the Spaniards first came to Peru, the Inca kings would call upon their rememberers who would consult the quipu and account for every kernel of corn and man, woman, and child in the empire. But the quipu were more than a numerical accounting system, for with it an accomplished rememberer could call forth epic poems, historic dates, and events. So sophisticated was the quipu, however, that some investigators believe it was the Inca version of a computer punch card. An enormous crystal was placed in a Mochica grave more than 1,500 years ago. It is among the hardest of all minerals, yet it was cut, polished, and shaped by a technology that theoretically could not have existed at that time. Other hands carved this skull. The British Museum calls it 15th century Aztec. But why would the Aztecs, who never created naturalistic art, suddenly render in crystal a skull? The bead is turquoise, another extremely hard gemstone. It is 1,700 years old and was probably part of a necklace or bracelet. The hole in each bead has a diameter of 0.19 millimeters. Even today, we can barely drill holes that small. The ibis is native to Egypt, but it was carved into an ancient stone printing roller found on the Pacific coast of South America, 8,000 miles from Egypt.
Now it's time for another Insomniac mail sack. Max from Salisbury writes in, Dear Mr. Lobo, how do I keep hostile aliens from beaming microwaves into my brain? Well, Max, I'm glad you asked. First, you take a large piece of aluminum foil from your mother's cupboard, and you quite simply wrap it around your head like so. Now, because aliens are intelligent beings, they'll know you're not supposed to microwave aluminum foil. And secondly, it's well known that aliens are allergic to chocolate, and the Hershey Kiss shape should deter them also.
Hi, I'm Tessa Zombie, and I watch OSI 74.
You could save the Earth. You could save the Earth.
As you may now surmise, all hope is lost. Please fasten your seatbelts and refrain from moving about the planet. This may be a very bumpy ride.
The Earth is gone, along with all the rules you're so attached to. You're in uncharted territory now, whether you like it or not.
Mad Mercury!
Hey guys, it's Buddha Gonzalez.
And this is Domino.
And we're here to talk to you about our show, Bizarre Transmissions from the Bermuda Triangle.
Breaking new gate.
You see, our show features wild and one-of-a-kind music videos of all genres.
And Buddha, don't forget, we also have artist spotlight, special guests, and demented humor.
That's right, it's all part of OSI 74's Secret Sundays.
We dance! Today we're going to do the Popeye, the Jerk, the Twist, the Watusi, just like your big brothers and sisters. Also, Crichton is going to show us some of his films. And Great Googly Moo!
Who will be next to launch Man in Space?
Me!
And so can you with Deluxe Man in Space set. You get a rocket launcher, defense base, and 3 different nose cones. Up goes the astronaut to the top of the launcher. The gantry moves in. The space capsule is locked on the mighty Atlas rocket. Blast off! There he goes! Man in space! Enemy bombers approaching. Flash the alert. Open fire!
Deluxe Man in Space, complete with missile base. With astronaut and satellite, you send them into flight. 3, 2, 1, fire! Deluxe Man in Space.
Wow, what a toy! Deluxe Man in Space is sold only at food markets.
This is Mr. Lobo, and I'm here in Cairo, Egypt, the cradle o' civilization, where I have deciphered the riddle of the Sphinx. If athletes get athlete's foot, what do ancient astronauts get? Mistletoe. I don't get it, but perhaps it'll make more sense after viewing the next reel of In Search of Ancient Astronauts.
If we were to land on a strange planet, we would probably avoid its magnetically disruptive poles. If travelers from outer space were to land here, a likely location, almost on the equator, would be Egypt. The pyramids, eternal mysteries in themselves, provide additional evidence to support the premise that Earth was visited by ancient astronauts. The Great Pyramid rises to a height of 477 feet. 2,300,000 stone blocks, each a crushing 2.5 tons, each perfectly fitting, climbed toward the sky. The stones were transported from the Makadam Mountains on the far side of the Nile. 20,000 workmen, hauling 10 blocks a day, would need 640 years, more than 30 generations, to build one pyramid. To some, the massive structures were not designed as tombs for the pharaohs, but are in reality vast astronomical calculators. Passageways, for example, from the interior, point directly at the North Star, the way back to the heavens. If we multiply the height of the pyramid by 1 billion, it equals almost exactly the distance from the Earth to the Sun. At the end of the 16th century, the Dutch mathematician Ludolf arrived at the figure pi, by which one can determine the circumference of a circle. If we divide the perimeter of the base of the pyramid by twice the height, we get exactly the figure pi, which Ludolf only found 4,000 years later. All the evidence leads von Däniken to conclude that the pyramid is linked to the arrival of visitors from outer space, and that they may have used it as a marking place, a map reference for navigation. When modern Egypt chose to construct the Aswan Dam, there stood one obstacle. The flooding would submerge the 3,000-year-old temple of Abu Simbel. Over 100 nations answered UNESCO's plea to save the monument. Latest equipment and engineering techniques were used. Still, it took 3 years to accomplish. Because centuries were needed for the original builders to create the temples, it is probable they honor no single pharaoh. They stand, however, in tribute to the gods of the sun, the center of Egyptian religions, and to those who return from earth to the skies. The Salisbury Plain lies along the Wales border. A large mound rises ominously from the level expanse. The legends surrounding it suggest that it was a place of burial, not unlike the pyramids of Egypt. Close by stands Stonehenge, rock formations strewn about like so many toy blocks. It is believed to have been built 2,000 years ago. According to legend, Merlin, the magician of King Arthur's court, transported the huge slabs by magical incantations from what is now Scotland. Recent studies have employed computers to measure the distances and placements of the stones. These findings prove to some extent that Stonehenge served as a giant calendar and observatory. By visually lining up specific points, an almost exact calculation can be made as to the movement of the stars and planets. Even with computers, it has taken us years to arrive at these figures. 2,000 years ago, this area of England was inhabited only by primitive tribal people. Some still believe that Stonehenge is a temple built by the ancient Druids, the priests of the pagan Celts, and was the site of witches' conclaves and human sacrifice. The Druids still exist and continue to conduct their religious services on this site. It has been suggested that the Druids may not have built this place, but simply taken it over as their shrine. If so, then there is no trace of who might have built and left it behind. Tribes that vanished, whole civilizations that disappeared. It has happened too many times to be coincidence.
What's the matter, little fella? Why so gloomy? I thought you liked science fiction. I know, but we already spent our film budget for the year. Here you go. Cinema Insomnia will be back with more of the poor man's Chariots of the Gods, in search of ancient astronauts.
Outer Space International. Bigger than TV. We're OSI 74.
Hey, Midnighters! Hey yo. The man with the goodies is here. I got stuff you might want. Stuff that makes you feel real good. I got t-shirts. I got buttons. I got t-shirts. Stuff that makes you feel real good. I got t-shirts. Makes you feel real good. T-shirts. So you know what I can do for you? Every time you buy something, I'll send you a fan club membership card. So if you buy a patch, I'll send you a fan club membership card. If you buy an autographed picture with your name on it, and I've got your name, I'll send you a fan club membership card. And you can give that one to a friend. Remember, any friend of a Midnighter has got one friend. All right, yeah.
Go to the OSI 74 shop to buy your Midnight Frights merchandise. Your #1 source for Midnight Movie merchandise, the OSI 74 shop.
You're watching OSI 74.
This is Mr. Lobo, and I'm here on Easter Island. And so far I haven't even found one of those strange, colorful eggs that have made this place so famous. I hope Rod Serling is having better luck in tonight's film, In Search of Ancient Astronauts.
Secrets in stone abound throughout the world. Easter Island, Isle of 1,000 mysteries. Minute, lost in the watery expanse of the South Pacific, 3,000 miles off the coast of Chile. The inhabitants call their island Maraquitarani, which means eyes looking up to heaven. The neighboring atoll is called the Island of the Bird People, creatures with human bodies and the heads of birds. Von Daniken suggests that these bird heads could also be helmets equipped with a type of mask. The island's ancient legends tell of flying people who arrived amidst fire and thundering noise. The landscape is dominated by volcanic cratered lakes. Today, about 2,000 people live here. There were never more than 4,000 natives at any time. Of the total population, 70% were women, children, or the elderly. The majority of able-bodied men was needed for the production of food. Thus, the number of workmen was so small that it would have been impossible for them to create the more than 600 gigantic stone figures found everywhere on the island.
Many of the stone gods stand 65 feet high and weigh nearly 400 tons. Most of the sculptures are but partly exposed. Only excavation reveals their true size. The figures are all the same, an unusual type of human wearing the same haughty, taciturn expression. One statue, unearthed by explorer Thor Heyerdahl, suggests man's role. Unlike the others, it has a rounded head and is kneeling. The workshop at the volcanic crater, Ranoraraku, has stone so hard that repeated hammering with a stone chisel hardly scratches it. The colossi carved here were removed to distances as much as 12 miles from this location. There was no army of slaves for labor, no wood for rollers, nor the slightest traces to suggest that the sculptures were dragged across the island. And so they lie here, mute, eyes looking up to heaven. Easter Island might have been the key to many mysteries. When it was first discovered, a group of wooden tablets covered with hieroglyphics were found. But zealous missionaries burned them, sealing the secrets of the monoliths. So we must look elsewhere for explanations. The legends of Easter Island claim that the stone giants moved themselves with the help of mana, a mysterious force which only 2 priests could invoke, and that one day the priest disappeared, and so did the mana. What was mana? Von Daniken wondered if there were strangers from other planets possessed of extraordinary powers. Did they have the ability to defy the laws of gravity? To this day, Easter Island exerts an unusually strong magnetism. The report of a French expedition in 1964 ends as follows. Since there are inexplicable magnetic forces and unusual geological phenomena on Easter Island, one cannot exclude the possibility of extraterrestrial contacts.
Why don't you run down to the corner store and stock up on your Sidley and Mana, while Cinema Insomnia takes a much-deserved break from tonight's rockumentary In Search of Ancient Astronauts.
Introducing the G.I. Joe Space-O-Matic. Space-O-Matic, the futuristic space vehicle you program yourself to make it go where you want, do what you want. Program it to lift, or to scoop, or use the magnetic pickup.
Watch this. Way to go, Joe.
G.I. Joe Space-O-Matic from Hasbro.
Howdy, I'm Spaceboy of SpaceboyUniverse.com, and when I'm traveling the galaxy near Earth, there's only one channel I like to tune into, and that's OSI 74. All systems go.
Here's a few reasons you should watch Cinema Insomnia on OSI 74. Convinced?
Do you have hepatitis?
Well, watch anyway.
Would you like hepatitis?
You're not dreaming. You're watching Cinema Insomnia. They're not bad movies, just misunderstood. New episodes only on OSI 74.
Sleazy B Martini, Aishi, Albatross, Japan. to studio! They've got Prince. They've got Kaiju. What else is there? Albatross, Japan.
Hi, I'm Dash Daring, Blobfest reporter extraordinaire, and you're watching OSI 74.
Hey there, pretty girl. I'm almost home.
Well, hurry up, because that thing came
Turn on your heart light.
Elliot, are you there?
Let it shine.
Elliot, sweetie?
Must save Earth.
They've returned from 3 million light years away. Only this time, they've come to stay.
Oh my God.
25 years I've been going out to fight these alien bastards. Nothing leaves alive. They're up to their old tricks. They project what they think we want to see. But I've had a look at the real thing, and believe me, Papa, you wouldn't want it marrying your sister.
Ouch.
Freeze! Stay in the car! Watch his finger! Watch his finger!
Life will go on. We will prevail.
Come on, E.T. Let's go save the world! Woohoo!
And why would a seemingly ordinary building like this one have lights running along the roof? No human being would arrange lights like that. Could it possibly be some sort of landing strip? Cinema Insomnia now returns to In Search of Ancient Astronauts.
From a great height, from an aircraft, for instance, the lines fall into focus. We see a spider, an eagle, a peacock, and a hummingbird, none of which can be recognized from the ground. And there is no observation point, no mountain nearby overlooking the plain. The giant drawings must have been directed by someone hovering high above. Straight as arrows, one huge geometric puzzle. Some lines parallel, some intersecting, starting nowhere and ending nowhere. The conclusion reached by von Daniken is that the lines represent a landing field. The plain of Nazca is a gigantic abandoned airport. and flattened beds that resemble rocket launch ramps were cut into the plateau. In a radius of 1,000 miles, enduring archaeological mysteries abound. And the question arises, was this the center, the base camp of an ancient astronaut colony? Around the world, we have seen carvings in Japan, Egypt, Australia, Yugoslavia, and all bear a striking resemblance to the carvings at Nazca. Was Earth visited by creatures, astronauts from another planet? We have only fragments, but look up into the sky some clear starlit night and allow yourself the freedom to wonder. The mysteries of the past manifest themselves on all continents. Within the depths of a temple in the ancient Mayan city of Palenque in Central America, Van Daniken came upon a stone relief of what is apparently a man seated in a capsule, watching something intently. His hand seemed to be operating some undefinable controls. His foot pressing a lever. And at the rear of the capsule are jets trailing flames behind them. He seems to be dressed for the job, in trousers with a broad belt, a sort of jacket, tight-fitting at the wrists. The chair is well upholstered to absorb the shock of acceleration. Mayan legend says that he represents their space-traveling god, Kukulkan, the winged god of Palenque. He was carved sometime in the 7th century. The possibility haunts us that this figure was the artist's rendering of the ancient astronauts who inspired the Mayan culture. The church of the monastery of Desanay was decorated with mysterious frescoes some 500 years ago. The monastery is hidden away in the peaceful countryside of southern Yugoslavia. High above the chapel, almost out of sight, the fresco silently challenges our minds with its startling story. It depicts what may have been the first air battle to be witnessed by man, almost 500 years before the known discovery of flight. In the first capsule, a man is seated with his hand on some form of guidance mechanism. He appears to be racing across the sky in an attempt to escape from a pursuing ship. We can easily imagine jets at the rear of these aerodynamic forms. On the earth below them, people cower in fear as this air battle wages in the skies. If not an astronaut, then what reality might have inspired the frescoes of Desanay? Myths, legends, legacies of ancient man have not all been lost in ambiguous reference. History is the scribe of man. There are records in cuneiform, Sanskrit, Amharic, Tibetan, and languages which have not yet even been deciphered. New texts are constantly being discovered. Some, like the Dead Sea Scrolls, are readily understandable to scholars. Translating other fragments of written history, is laborious and time-consuming. Only a minute fraction of surviving texts have actually been transcribed.
The locals here still carry on the strange traditions, the strange symbols of the past. What do you think these lights represent? Stars? I see some sort of a glowing pyramid with some sort of transport going around it. And up on the roof there, is that some sort of flaming chariot? A chariot of the gods? Cinema Insomnia will be back after this message.
Santa sets up a fantastic automatic toy factory on Mars. The Martian leader battles the wicked Voldar in a desperate effort to save Santa, the wise man of Mars. 900 years old. The Battle of the Toys, when Martian kids and Earth kids join Santa to battle the bad guys of Mars. For real space-age fun, you'll be out of this world when Santa Claus conquers the Martians.
Old Sleazy is here to keep you off Suicide Watch by making this another tolerable Friday night. Yes, we've got it all here tonight. Sound, colors, pictures that move. Sure, it looks bad, but they still treat their employees way better than Walmart. Don't worry, this is the Philippines. They use child stuntmen for the real dangerous stuff. 38 minutes in, and I'm sure half my audience wants to do the same thing.
So this is how you communicate with your little wang.
Not me. I communicate with my little wang with a series of rapid hand signals.
Our producers need a lot of help.
If you like what they do and what they do works for you, why not consider putting a little something in their thank jar?
Or you can buy crack from me.
Our producers receive 100% of the tips in their thank jar.
Reach for the sky. Support OSI.
Mr. Lobo and Miss Dixie are founders of Outer Space International and OSI 74, which you can support monthly on Patreon. They also produce Cinema Insomnia and many more shows. To send one-time funds online now with no further obligation, go to paypal.me/Mr. Lobo. That's paypal.me/Mr. Lobo. You can find more thank jars for your other favorite shows at osi74.com.
Clanky, Clanky! Here comes Clanky, the chocolate spaceman toy. Chocolate spaceman toy. We love Clanky, Clanky the spaceman. He can do a lot of things nobody else can. We just squeeze him, and he makes our milk all chocolatey, chocolatey. We love Clanky, Clanky the spaceman. He can make a sundae like nobody else can. We just squeeze him, and he makes ice cream all chocolatey, chocolatey. Clanky, Clanky is good to you and me. He can make anything chocolatey. Clanky is very clever.
If you're just waking up, you're watching cinema, Insomnia.
I feel we're close. So very, very close. Look, again, that figure of a fair-skinned man with a beard, wearing a bulky uniform. And that pack on his back must be some sort of life support system. Could this be the ancient astronaut that gifted our ancestors with tools and technology all those years ago? Or maybe they just want us to think that he did. Maybe I'm not even talking to you now. Maybe you fell asleep 20 minutes ago and you're just dreaming I'm saying all this. Or perhaps not. Anyway, we now conclude with the inconclusive conclusion to our film, In Search of Ancient Astronauts.
Light years from our sun, in the constellation of Boötes, there is a red giant called Epsilon. It is circled by a planet that may once have supported life. Some scientists believe that a space probe was sent from that planet toward the Earth. They believe the probe received these signals in 1927. They were the first radio signals sent from Earth into space. These echoes have a different delay pattern. There is no natural explanation for the difference. What happened here, on this windy plain, halfway between the sea and the sky? The only witness is a mute stone god who looks out at the ruins of a once great civilization and weeps. It has been estimated there exist 50,000 civilizations more advanced than the one we know. If only one of those civilizations saw its sun dying, it could have seeded the Earth. Someday, somewhere in the galaxies, we may encounter life that is remarkably similar to ourselves, and we will be able to confirm that the faint traces of ancient mysteries are the imprints of our ancestors from space. All around the globe, giant radio telescopes are scanning the stars for signals. Some are even sending signals, not to anyone in particular, but to anyone who may be able to hear them. By some incredible coincidence, perhaps we will establish a dialogue with an extraterrestrial community, even if that conversation is only a matter of meaningless blips and dots. NASA recently launched an aluminum greeting card into space, addressed in effect to whom it may concern. Etched on the plaque are the nude figures of a man and a woman, 2-digit computer code numbers, and a diagram showing Earth's location within the 9 planets of our solar system. A message to whatever intelligent life there may be in the universe. Hello from Earth to some wandering ancient astronaut. Man has been in space since 1957. When the Russians first orbited a grapefruit-sized satellite called Sputnik. Since then, men have walked upon the moon and lived in laboratories that orbit the space between the Earth and the moon. Soon we shall reach out to the other planets of our solar system, and then to the stars. But even before men ever dreamed of space travel, they reported on visitors from space, and to this moment, the reports continue. Are the most recent UFO sightings evidence of continued alien interest in the Earth? Is someone in space still watching the descendants of a colony sent to Earth thousands of years ago?
Puzzling. Oh, the film ends there, but we know the truth, don't we? It was actually Santa Claus delivering goodies
the Mayans, Toltecs, and Incas all those years ago in his fiery red Chariot of the Gods. My thanks, or rather apologies, to NASA, the South Florida Science Museum, and of course the boys at Project UFO. I hope you dug this week's episode. Live long and prospect, and thank you for watching Cinema Insomnia. Truth's getting a little thick over here.